GROGTALK describes acts of extreme violence in graphic detail and may include discussions about demonology and the occult, topics that caused widespread panic during the 1980s. This content may not be suitable for children under the age of 50. Viewer and listener discretion is advised. Welcome to the GROGTALK with your hosts, Dan and James.
Well, hello and good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome to GROGTALK. I'm James.
And I'm Dan.
And Dan, where are we from today, sir?
Also, the GROGTALK tour continues. Today we are in the Tavern of the West Wind in Restonford.
We're back in, I think we've been to Restonford, but I don't think we've been to this place. I think we were at the Dying Minotaur the last time. So, and here's a hint. Do you know what? Well, I'll give you a question. Do you know what? I gave you this. Do you know where this establishment is from? What module it's from?
Yes. If I didn't know, this would be troubling, since you told me literally 2 minutes ago.
Well, there you go.
I am the Jeopardy with the G. I am the Jeopardy champ, so I should get it. James, what is Bone Hill? I'm sorry, what is the secret of Bone Hill?
That is correct. The secret of Bone Hill. And there is a clue, like something we're going to talk about later. There's an Easter egg, the reason I'm holding this up. And there may be some who know why we're holding it up. But this establishment is operated by two magic users, both of whom have families. The tavern sells beer and hard liquor only. It has 6 rooms, rent at 12 silver pieces a night. And if you are rowdy here, they have a way to handle that. They actually put knockout drops into the drinks for a rowdy patron.
Last time, weren't we at an establishment where they would drug you and sell you into slavery?
That's the other place. But again, I hate to say this, but it's also, the drops are tasteless, and so there's only 7% chance per level. The owners are Zelmar and Hacky.
Have you noticed that many of the owners of establishments in D&D, they're not only tavern owners or inn owners.
Right.
They're also magic users, illusionists, fighters. Is everybody, have a profession like that too?
Yep.
Doesn't it? Why is it not just some guy?
They all have side hustles. Maybe that's a clue that perhaps you should not be in the adventuring business. It's so bad that they retire. That's my only guess. But yeah, why can't it just be Bob, who's 0 level?
Don't you think there'd be a lot of just retired first level characters out there that they went out on this adventure,
right? And
they're like, "Are you kidding me? This is horrible."
Yeah,
half the party dies.
Right, like Glades was when she's like, "I'm not doing this anymore. Are you kidding me? This is a disaster."
It sounded good in the books.
Yeah.
It sounded exciting and heroic. Make lots of. Can you see the advertisements? It'd be like the Army commercials, don't you think?
Right. She was super excited, and then, she got the thousand-eyed stare from the horror that was adventuring. I think you're right. No, well, actually, they should be 0 level, like what happened to Touched, I think, was the cleric's name, and the paladin, which was not Hallmark Stealing Hearts, but it was something similar.
You mean Touche?
Was that Touche the paladin? Oh, Touche.
Touched. Yeah, I think there would be a lot of them running around.
Yeah, people who, these two adventurers, they were drained to 0 level by a wight, the moderate evil wight, and they.
Oh yes, they opened up a what's that? A butcher shop.
Butcher shop. That's right, a butcher shop. They opened a butcher shop because I think we said one of the NPCs that went with us was killed, and he ran the butcher shop. If I remember.
It's like people draw, yeah, I did a year of medical school, or a year of law school, whatever.
That's right. Now I'm back to that. So
I dropped out.
Exactly. So we have.
I'm a dropout. I'm
dropout.
AD&D dropout.
Well, there's many, and that's why we're here. So, well, good morning, everyone. And we forgot we're live in front of a studio audience today. Say hello, everyone. Everyone loves that.
Yes, GROGTALK is taped in front of a live studio audience.
That's right. So that's it. Thank you. I love how people say that we're spending our patron money on this. Well, that just tells you how much patron money we have, which is not that much. But
it's all gone. The $4. Wait, have you been embezzling?
That's right.
That's all we got.
You want an audit of the books?
We have all these patrons, James, and you tell me we have $4.
That's right. We always have $4.
What's going on here? Yeah, we're going to be doing the show. It's be like the end of the Blues Brothers. We'll be doing the show from jail at the end.
I want you. Exactly. So
great movie.
It is a great movie. So what are we going to talk about today? Well, a GrogCon, it's coming, October 15th through the 17th, also known as the convention we are hosting. Please, if you can make it, it'll be in Kissimmee, Florida. Shots are on the way, Dan. The abyss is over. Hopefully you're signing up to get.
I'm done.
Oh, you're done already?
I'm done. I am yes, due to my employment. No, I'm not a healthcare worker, but yeah. So you know what my employment is, and
yes.
our mayor here in Orange County opened it up to people
really?
in my area of employment, and I raced down there, and I got the Johnson & Johnson, so I'm done.
Oh, well, excellent. That's what I'm hoping to get Wednesday. So,
which is strange. No, it is strange that I got it because something's not making sense. Because we know I've probably at this point I've got maybe a year and a half left to live.
Right.
So it's kind of weird, right? I thought for sure this is, I don't know, maybe I'll get it before the 2 weeks kicks in. But can I mention, while we're on the subject of conventions, because we like to build up other people as well. And a friend of the show actually contacted me.
Okay.
And asked me if I could announce a convention that's coming up. So I hope you don't mind. So March 28th and 29th, Spring Revel. It's a TSR Hobbies mini convention at the American Legion Hall, 735 Henry Street, Lake Geneva. You can't beat this. We sound expensive. $1.25 per day, $2 for both days. Mm. For more information, contact. All right, you see if you can guess this. Can you guess who you should contact before I even start saying the name, and then I'll.
Yes, Tim Kask. Oh, what's the other guy? Harold Johnson? No.
Ralph.
I forgot his name.
Quote, Skip
Williams. Oh, of course.
Skip Williams. Yes, TSR Hobbies.
That's what I meant. Skip Williams, of course. I'd say
of course.
Tim's the editor. I knew Skip was the.
It's early. Well, you told me you're struggling with this daylight savings time.
I'm a mess. I'm a mess.
It's the middle of the night for you.
I'm a mess. I don't understand it. They should stop this nonsense, but.
They should. You can reach Skip at 414-248-9099.
We should call him right now. We should call him on the Grog line.
Do you have your cell phone? I was going to suggest this actually. Will you? Okay, you ready for the number?
Yes.
Are you going to see who answers? You got to do this. That? Okay, ready? Mm-hmm. 414.
Hold on. First, I got to use my fake thing. I'm not going to have. I got to use the Grog line to call.
Okay, now you can't have anyone answering online. Maybe because you can't be recording them. In some states that's a crime. You know that.
How am I going to do this? 414.
Well, you just have to. I don't know.
Isn't it a crime to publish this and thing like that's why they put 555-1212 because of the 867-5309.
That I'm not sure about, though. I do know they don't want that to happen.
All right, we're gonna call. Just give me the number. I'll call later.
414
Uh-huh.
248 9099.
This is not like you trying to violate
Is
FCC rules
is is
live on the
Vic
air.
is Vic on the line? He
Vic
will
is
call.
he would
He's
call.
like Mikey.
Well, that's why I said it this way. It's like no one else is listening. So if someone else wants to call, they could do that. But being that
Right.
we are a live broadcast and there's people listening here, that would be a problem. So, well, good. Yeah, Skip Williams, of course, it's Skip Williams. And that's one's in Lake Geneva. Well, there's another convention next week, right? I think that's happening.
Right. And this, of course, is March 28th, 29th, 1981, of course.
Right. There's Gary Con, which is next week, if I recall. It's virtual this year, unfortunately. But that's the best we can do until everyone gets a shot. So good. I'm so glad you got it. I'm getting mine Wednesday. So now the question is, do we join forces again in a few weeks, or are you quite happy filming from the cat school? I just need to know to set that up. We need to talk about that after.
Do we have to talk? I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah. Well, if we can.
Oh, wait. Did I say I got a shot? I was lying, James. I'm very
I'm
bad.
against it. I'm against the shot. That's right.
Yes, I'm an anti-vaxxer.
That's right.
I'm sorry, James. I don't know what I was thinking. It's so early. This daylight savings time. I have brain fog.
I'll ask the people on the chat, do they want us to be filmed? Do they like this version better, or do they want the intimacy of us in the same room? So that Dan has to drive 40 minutes across town and get up even earlier.
There's actually three choices. We can continue doing it this way. We can reunite in person, or we could just cancel the show. You got to give the three choices.
That's right. Those are three choices. Okay. I've got one reunited. So.
Oh, that's a good song. We could play the song for 6 seconds or something, right? Reunited?
Reunited. Oh, I was just thinking about that because, I put all that effort into the intermission, and there's that stupid Let's Go to the Lobby, which we did win the dispute, by the way.
Or we didn't lose.
No, we won. They removed the claim. They removed the copyright strike.
Wait, does that mean we can play again, or is it like an endless cycle? They're just going to pick up some algorithm?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to get picked up again. However, I could just overdub it. Let's all go to the lobby. I could just sing over it and just have the dancing guys.
Two of us going like this.
Well, I don't think the video is the issue. I think it's the audio that's being captured. So I could just do a very piss poor version of it.
What I thought you might do is it. It says, not all of our listeners may know you are an accomplished musician.
Yes. And
I thought, and again, I'm not trying to give you more work. I just throw these ideas out there. You could do like on your, you'd like.
No, God, please, no.
I forgot about that. I'm stepping over the laugh track. So laugh track. This is in front of a live studio audience. Exactly.
That's right. We're here. They were shocked that they heard that they're not real.
I thought you'd do one on the electric guitar.
Just like a thrash version. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Go.
Maybe you should just play, not sing.
Oh, I thought it was like a death metal. I was trying to do an homage to death or something.
What do you guys think of James singing as well? Wow. Okay. Nice. All right. I'm glad you're back. If it's a daylight savings time for you to be back like this, I like the old James is back. I like this. You've gotten over your kids insulting the laugh track. I'm glad you're back.
Well, and also last time I was drinking. We had a buzz on. I was tired and drinking at 8 in the morning or 7 in the morning. It's ridiculous.
That's right.
So, but yes, so the convention that we are hosting October 15th, 17th, people are coming, very excited, which means we need to probably formalize some plans at some point, Daniel.
Do something. Yeah. Okay.
But if in the meantime, if you want to scratch your AD&D or other old school gaming itch, join the Grognards Guild online. Brian is still running. I think Josh occasionally. David's doing the Rob, the Chamberlain Brandywine is just so appreciative of David's play by Discord post as a super fun. So go out to our Discord, go out to our meetup. If you want to run a game, we will help you get that going, because that's one of the reasons why we started this, so more people could play old school games. We want to thank our patrons. What we did release, I'm going to skip a little bit. Flipping and Turning, issue 3 is out to patrons. So it'll be out for a couple of weeks, and then everyone in our benevolence will have access to it. But our patrons who support all this, they get to put their little hands on the digital version of it. And I'm sure you've seen it and perused it at this point. It is a magnum opus at this point. It is a tour de force. Those are fair statements, or what's your thoughts?
I agree. No, it looked fantastic. It always does. But yeah, it looks fantastic. I have perused it. It's
a great. So many people have contributed. Aggie did the cover work. Well done. Well done. Great job by her. So people should go. If you're a patron, you get access to it now. If you're not, we totally understand. In a couple weeks, we'll post it on Discord so people can get it that way.
Lou Pulsifer.
Lou Pulsifer is a contributor. I mean, that's amazing. Thanks to Lou. So,
and I think more Len Lakofka material.
And Len Lakofka. It's a double clap. So it's like 40-something pages. It's crazy. So, which means, with Rob, issue 3, the book is closed. Issue 4, the book is open. I mean, again, my over/under of 2 issues is, I lost that bet. So
yeah.
We're on starting issue 4. So if you want to contribute to it, please send your stuff to editor@grogcon.com. You can send it to us, but all we're going to do is forward it to the creative editor, our Timcast, Rob.
I feel like we need a quiz such that TSR used to send out to work there. Remember with the pole arm questions, and you have to go to the library? So that's all. I'll suggest that to Rob.
Yeah, Rob needs to work on that.
Because we're getting popular. We need to start being a little bit more discerning, don't you think?
Yeah.
And have standards.
Yeah, we don't have to take every riffraff at this point. We want quality. So
we're out.
That means which was I was just getting to. That takes care of us.
We're just trying to get out of writing.
Well, that's right. Well, so we heard, Rob told me an interesting story about that we've gotten so big and so many, and there's people of such quality that what happened is apparently we have some professional proofreaders out in the world that this is what they do. They either read contracts or translations or something. And after the second 2.5, 2.5, they contacted Rob and said, this is just terrible. This whole
grammar.
Yeah, grammar. Are these native speakers that are actually writing this? Are they?
Give me a break. They're just trying to get work.
So, but no, good news. Rob mentioned that they found your work very satisfactory as far as grammar is concerned.
Oh, they're like, other than Gormansky's was like fair. Everything else
I don't know about everything else. Rob did not criticize or critique anyone else's. He just said yours was good, and then there was mine. So
did he actually say that?
Well, he said there's a lot of work.
Okay.
I mean, you soft pedaled it a little bit, but yes.
Yeah.
I'm functionally. I write at a 4th grade level, which I'm okay with.
He's going to set, you're like going back to school. You're like Ronnie Dangerfield. You're going to go to but it'll be like 3rd grade English class.
Right.
Okay, great.
But there's a lesson to that too, because good news, someone can write my articles for me. I'm not offended.
Fire me, please.
Fire me.
I'm terrible.
Ghostwrite me. You don't have to fire me. Just go. So in this episode, we have, we're going to go over next time the whole episode, but I've did the first installment of GROGTALK Adventures. Feel free to do the next installment. I don't have to do it.
That was your plan. You're like, it can't be. I can't believe Gormansky's actually writing well. What's he thinking? An idiot. Did he forget our conversation?
It's like he's spending a lot of time here. That's crazy. That's crazy.
He's doing a draft. Who does a rewrite?
Right. I send it to him and let Rob be the rewrite. So
he is the editor.
He is the editor.
Ultimately, let's face it. Ultimately, he's at fault.
Right. Well, of
Is
course.
he not?
He's
Not you.
responsible. Exactly.
Exactly.
He may not be the fault. It's my fault that I can't write. It is his responsibility to make it, to take
That's right.
that turd and polish it and make it gold. That's right.
Maybe
Exactly
he
right.
was scared because he's feeling like you're like Gary. He can't do it. He's like, oh well, you don't mess with that.
Well,
Just print it. Print it.
He messed with it apparently. I haven't really read it. I mean, I can't. Obviously, some of it was nuance. It wasn't like complete rewrites, but he's talking about some apostrophe rules I've never heard of. I'm sure one of my English teachers in vain tried to teach us this.
Okay. You want my 2 cents on my 2 copper pieces on this?
Well, I think this is important, so yes.
Okay. Who cares? So
Actually,
Oh, God!
so isn't some of in retrospect, isn't some of the charm typos, looking back at old school D&D, and they weren't always the greatest of writers at times. I mean, so to me, I think you might say, look, oh, you're just saying that so you can get away with it. But some of me is kind of like, look, that's part of the charm of what we do. I don't know that we need to be real polished, but that's
well, that is the conundrum we have, because we have modern technology now, and the quality of it is truly amazing. This is Rob and people coming together, and now it's almost, we don't want it to be a parody. It's hard because we tend to fall back to the parody of it.
You know what I think of modern technology? I don't give a rat's ass.
This campaign sucked.
Exactly. So.
Unless I need modern technology. All right.
So, anyway, it's great. If you want to contribute to 4 or 5 or beyond, editor@grogcon.com. So,
And you can write.
Well, there should be a writing test. Forget about a quiz
Yes, the
test.
writing test, apostrophe test.
Right. I forgot what it was. It was like, it's some law. It's named after some obscure thing. I'm like, I don't know. I'm sure someone will put it up. I'm like, I have no idea what that is.
Okay.
Somehow I've survived in the world
Without knowing the apostrophe rules.
without knowing this certain apostrophe rules. It's not the possessive one. It's something like that. So.
Okay.
But apparently that was causing a kerfuffle with the proofreaders, because it's like the secret handshake of these people. You know what I'm saying?
It's nails on the chalkboard to them.
Right.
Wow, this is horror. Oh yeah, no, it's a serious offense. I'm sure they're very upset about it. Well, I mean, what version of the Chicago Manual style are you using? Can I ask? I'm
using the Queen's style. Hollis Queens, right?
Okay.
I'm trying to look for the name of it, because he named it something. I'm like, I've never heard of it.
Not a comma, but an apostrophe.
It was apostrophe. Yeah, it's a name.
They're the ones that are up higher.
Yes, correct. What's the name of it? Okay, I'm looking it up because, and of course they don't call it that because it's so arcane that who would know it, the name of it? It's named after someone. What is it called? No, I'm never going to find it. I'm not going to waste any more time. Rob will put it on here because he knew what it was. I didn't know. And it was like, I'm sure one of my poor teachers tried to teach this to us.
You know what my reaction is? I said, what my thought of your reaction would be about all this?
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead.
You do all that work. This is to have fun. And you're like, really? This is fun. It reminds you a little bit of Billy Crystal, where I'm on vacation. He's being dragged by the horse.
I'm on vacation. That's a great one.
You're supposed to be having fun.
Yeah, I can't find it.
All right.
So moving on. So something we do need to do, which is fun, is give out a title. We have a new patron.
Apparently, they didn't hear about your issues with apostrophes.
No, apparently. Well, they probably want to earmark some of our money towards getting me some lessons or Grammarly subscription. So.
Grammarly. All right, let's do it.
So we are giving a title out to Davix. Actually, it's Dave X, but I guess that's Davix.
Davix. That's a D&D name.
I love it. Or it's just Dave X. So
what character class would a Davix be, do you think?
Illusionist.
I could see that. Okay.
That would be my guess.
I could see that.
If you asked, if I had to pull the trigger, check. Okay, I'm just making sure I'm not blowing people's with my sweet dulcet tones. All right, so we are ready to bestow Davix his title. So let's start with the. I'm going to. You have your fecal encrusted D30.
I cleaned them, but I cleaned it. Yes, I have it.
Oh, very good. It's not a fecal encrusted. It may
No.
not. It may not be the same. So I'll need a D30 divided by 2, sir.
27 rounding up is a 14.
Overlord, the Dave X, the Overlord.
Do we have an Overlord?
I'm sure we do, but
I like Davix.
it's
a better D&D name.
That is good. That is a good word.
It is his name. He
well,
can choose. He can choose.
He can choose what he can dance if he wants to. I guess D30 now.
Oh, you can dance if you want to.
There you go.
Men with hats?
That's right. Without
Okay.
men with hats or without hats?
Or without? I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't know. I'm not sure which one it is. Okay.
A straight up D30?
Yep.
7.
7. 4. Grand. That's good.
Ah.
The Overlord, his grand, another D30.
18.
Sufficiency.
We're getting a lot of new ones here, aren't we?
Yeah, thank God. It was
He's not a Chamberlain, thank
No,
God.
he's not a Chamberlain. We may have to retire Chamberlain.
That's all right. Hang it in the rafters. There'll be several jerseys up there.
Sufficiency. I think that is the word I'm trying to pronounce. Sufficiency. Now I need a D15, please.
7.
7, 2, 4. Earl. Very nice. He's an Earl. The Earl of Sandwich. And
We can just
now,
call him Earl.
that's right, Earl X.
Just Earl. Yeah. Okay. What do you need?
Men Without Hats, a Canadian band. That's what.
Without.
That's what.
Oh, I didn't know they're Canadian.
It's without. I didn't think. Well, that's cool.
You're right. You're right. They are without hats.
A D. So what does that mean for me? What does that mean for you?
Yeah.
You are the Jeopardy winner, so it doesn't matter. A D30 and a D6 because we need up a D60 total.
Okay. It is a 29. Straight up 29.
Oh, very good. Invulnerable.
Hmm?
Invulnerable. And now a D30, please.
16.
16. Invulnerable Destroyer of Los Angeles. Cool, that's awesome. You got a
Nice.
good title.
That is a good one. There's a lot of new stuff in there. Maybe all new.
Yes. All right. Let me chat that to you
Okay.
so you can read it. Chat. Oh, there's too many buttons.
Did you say shat?
I said chat. Chat.
Okay.
Chat.
No, don't say shat.
Oh, I can't say chat. That's okay. On the Zoom call, I accidentally dropped the F-bomb. I didn't mean to say. I combined 2 words, so it's probably the sign of some brain tumor that's happening or a lack of sleep. So, with that said, but I have 10 years left, so I shouldn't be dying this early.
Maybe it was switched.
Ooh, like a
Maybe
Freaky
you were rolling
Friday.
for me and I was rolling for you and we didn't know it.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that.
Now now it bothers you. Before you didn't care.
I
Thanks.
had plans. I had
That's
5-year anniversary of your death. I was gonna have a.
Right?
We were gonna have DanCon.
Yeah. Oh, I would appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
I can't have now. It's gonna be JamCon.
GemCon. Yeah, people come. They're like, "Where's the jam?" What?
Or JimCon, JimboCon. Yeah, call me Jim because no one. I'm not a Jim. I'm a James. I've never been a Jim or a Jimmy.
Right.
So just call it JimCon to really just stick it to me. So, with that said, us as the Grog Emperors, we, by the power vested in us by us as the Emperors of all that is Grog, we bestow the following title to Davix or Dave X. Davix, you will now be known forevermore in the Grog Empire as the Overlord, His Grand Sufficiency, Earl.
Invulnerable Destroyer of Los Angeles.
Congratulations, sir. May your reign of terror and destruction be wonderful.
So is he the Destroyer of Los Angeles, or is he the Destroyer of Los Angeles? You know what I'm saying? Is
No,
he is he from Los Angeles and he's a destroyer?
ah,
Or is he the destroyer of Los Angeles?
oh, interesting.
Okay, well,
I don't know. He'll have
I
to
don't
figure that out. He'll have to work through that. But thanks to him, he now has access to winning prizes. Like I still got to get a hold of Sam Royale, who won last time, and we'll be giving away next month probably another Carlos module or something from our dear friend Vic Dorso from Angry Dwarf Games. So we're not doing giveaway. Swedish challenge. So Ron Christopher, who I don't have his official tie-up, so pardon me, has mentioned that on Listen Notes, he got a thing saying we are in the top 5% of all podcasts. We are one of the 5%.
Wow, we're one of the 5%ers.
Right. How does that feel to have that privilege to be in the 5%?
It makes me stunned at how many podcasts there must be.
Well, that is the problem. That's what statistics are. So so it's looked impressive, except when it said we are the top 5% of all 2 million public podcasts.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
right, where people put out, the 3-year-old puts out the one episode. That's in there.
Yeah.
Right.
So that is a slight problem with this. So, we are one of the top 100,000 podcasts.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's good. I don't know.
For now.
For now. That's right.
This show's not helping.
That's right.
Campaign sucks.
That's right. So we'll see what happens. Okay. So anyway, thanks to all those who are listening. It would be helpful if you put an iTunes review. That would get us maybe to 4.9999 of the top 2 million things, whatever. So put out an iTunes review. Give us a 5-star review. That's always very nice. It's purely for vanity, and also we think we have a good time and we want to share with others. So next month is our campaign continuing, the GROGTALK Adventures, where I will be hosting for patrons the second episode on this. Rob did the first one, which I'll be releasing on the podcast next couple of weeks, and I'll go next, and then you get to take over for me, Dan. I know you're super excited about that.
Yeah, give me something good to work with at the end.
It'll probably be hard. You'll probably
That's
say.
fine.
You'll probably say.
This campaign sucks.
That's what you'll probably say. But I'm going to try. I have some ideas. I'm working on it. So, and in fact, I may play test it with my children to see first. So it'll actually be hopefully better than just shooting off things. Now, with all that said, all that exciting. Vic is on. All hail the Scourge. Welcome.
Oh, give him the number.
Oh yeah. So Vic, hold on.
I got it. I got the number.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Vic, we need you to place a phone call for us.
Yeah, it's less. It's not as long distance as that.
Do they even have long distance anymore? So it is, Vic, it's 414 248
248.
248.
Okay, I had 240. I would have crank called someone else.
Oh my gosh. 414 248 9099. That was apparently, it's either Skip Williams' personal number, home number, his landline from 1981, or it's TSR Hobbies, 1981.
Right. So yeah, if you could call and find that out, we'd appreciate it.
Ask for Skip. If you could ask him if what's good lodging for the spring revel. Right. You're calling because you want to go to you're calling about spring revel, which is March 28th, 29th, 1981. And you got a question about lodging in the area.
That's right. Perfect.
Okay.
Well, we'll see what he does. I texted and hopefully he heard it. He's probably behind us a little bit. So now we're ready for the best of March 1981.
Okay, so the best of March. I'll make this up pretty quick. So, though a lot has happened in the first half of March 1981. Ready for this? Wednesday, March 11th. Joseph Sardler, 32, of Mount Airy, North Carolina, blind for 5 years, finds his sight restored after hitting his head when tripping on his guide dog's water bowl.
Interesting.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Friday 13th. James, I don't know if you knew this, but Friday, March 13th, was Friday 13th, of course. The world's first What contest takes place in March in Munich. The winner is Juri Froshi, who solves the puzzle in just 38 seconds. What's the contest?
I'm going to go with Rubik's Cube.
You are correct, sir. So, on the 15th, Francis Hughes becomes the second IRA prisoner to go on a hunger strike in Maze Prison, Northern Ireland. Now,
We
last
heard,
time
we heard about the last guy. He died.
didn't go well. Yeah. Ready for this? Monday, March 16th. A gang of bounty hunters kidnaps the great train robber Ronnie Biggs, hiding in Brazil since 1963, and attempts to bring him back to Britain to claim the reward for his capture. The attempt fails as Brazil has no extradition treaty with Britain. Here's what's interesting to me.
Mhm.
Since 1963 to 81, a train robber? What is this, the 19th century? Wait, he's robbing Amtrak?
Yeah, that's a big fail from them.
Don't you find that odd? And and this is going to tie in with TV shows. Because I already knew this because I looked up the TV shows, and then I found that it was actually considered big news. It's hard to believe. Okay, the comedy drama series Blank, it's 4 words, starring William Catt, is first broadcast on ABC on Wednesday, March 18th. The comedy drama series starring William Catt, ABC, 4 words.
I have no idea.
The Greatest American Hero.
Oh, The Greatest American. I hated that show. I didn't hate
No,
that
it was
show.
a little goofy.
I didn't get it. I'm sorry.
It was a little goofy because he got it from like Aliens, this costume, and but then he lost the manual and he didn't know how to work it, so he had to figure out how it works.
And it
on
had
his own.
that Believe It or Not.
Yes.
That song was
Very
horrible.
good. Very good. That is absolutely correct. That was the theme song. It lasted for 2 years.
It was just that generic
Yeah.
song from the 80s, 70s. It sounded like 70s. You know, I was into Priest and
So what
Maiden.
bothered you was the theme music.
Well, I mean, music's important. If you can't get over there's great Barney, great bass line. Doom, doo doo doom. That sets it up. It's
Barney Miller.
Yes,
I think
Barney
Barney
Miller.
the
No, not I Love
purple.
You. Yeah, that's true. I forgot. Yeah, I know Barney Miller.
What? I didn't know you were a fan.
Well,
Bonanza.
well, when you have children of a certain age, which maybe your daughter had missed the cult of the purple
Yes.
the purple deity, but I
Yeah.
had older children, so they were definitely enraptured with the purple, their purple overlord. So we heard it plenty of times. But yeah, Barney Miller, it's great.
Yeah,
All those it was great 70s
Taxi.
songs. That
Taxi.
Taxi, yeah, but that was not one of them.
The
So
Love Boat.
Love Boat is, yeah, give me the schmaltz. Give me the, that's the Love Boat, where they have that crescending
We'll be
violin and
making
everything.
another run.
Yeah, to me, that's all good. So, anyway.
This show's
Anywho,
about first edition D&D, right?
this show, yeah,
This is
Okay.
so first edition.
this is what this is about.
Is it?
It's about-
Okay.
I think so.
All right.
I'm saying it is.
Okay.
So speaking of first edition, what was on TV? Are you going to tell us that, or are we going to have to be?
Oh, that was it. So no, The Greatest American Hero. It debuted Wednesday. That's all I was going to talk about. The other stuff on that night, Vegas came after that, and we've talked about the other one. So that's all I was going to mention.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, sir.
Sure.
With that, Vic says he got an angry Serbian when he called the number.
It still skipped. Wait, it still skips number
It still
apparently.
skips number. That's right. That's
Oh, you
great.
just off skip.
Good times. Good times. All right, we're ready for.
Stupid kids.
We're ready for this. We've jumped the shark now. We're
Yeah,
just hitting
Vic,
bits.
call back and ask that guy if his refrigerator's running. We should use Vic as our crank call guy.
Hello, I'm looking for Seymour Butts. What? Seymour Butts.
Yeah, that's Vic's new role.
Craig calls. The D&D edition.
We're too scared to do him.
This D&D edition. We'll call Ernie. Hello?
Oh, that was good. She's probably. I wonder. Does she still get TSR numbers? Okay, moving on.
Okay. So now we're ready for, I think, we're ready for Sage Advice, March 1981. We are not reviewing Dragon magazines anymore because it's just too much. But
We canceled our subscription.
We did. We canceled ours. But somehow when we went, if we needed advice, we would go to B. Dalton's or Barnes & Noble or Walden Books,
Yep.
and we'd take the plastic off out of the brown bag. Oh, that's a different magazine. And we would crack open at least the Sage Advice.
Right.
So, unlike last time, apparently you had a printer malfunction or something. You were printing copyrighted material without permission.
Yes, and it jammed. But we were going to do this anyway. I think so. We were going to alternate. Remember? So you asked me the questions now. So I do not, James. I know you can confirm. I do not know the answer to these questions. So I am ready to play.
Well, you said your printer broke. It wasn't sure. Is it true?
Right.
Is it true, Mr. Gromansky, that you were attempting to print it? I don't need to put you under oath. You're always under oath. If you're on the show, you're under oath.
That's true. Right. It's just a standing.
Right. You understand that. You were trying to print it. So at one point you had to open it, or was the printer breaking beforehand?
No. Correct.
Okay. You did not state that in your text to me. This is what you said.
I didn't say it broke while I was trying to print Sage Advice. I would never
You have to, well, it just said my printer has broken. Has broken. So that's present
my
tense.
printer has broken.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm
the one who gets yelled at.
I'm the one with the good grammar.
Yeah. Okay.
My printer has broken. Okay. Well, that's not...
Okay.
Okay. All right. I'm ready. Ask me a question.
All right, sir. So, and I've put it up for the people who are watching on YouTube. For those who are on the podcast, you get to hear my dulcet tones ask the question. The question, now we don't, unlike last month where it showed who did it. It does not show. Oh, well, actually, the first one is. It doesn't say who answered it. So.
Oh, it's per curiam. Like without it, it's just kind of like.
It's not been cited. Where the other ones are Jim Ward and. What's his Niebling? What's his first name?
Will
Niebling. That's right.
This must be Gene Wells.
Okay.
Her name was taken off.
Wow. There's still, the hate is real. Okay.
Well, this is right around B3.
Yeah. So this will be, and we may have some more insight on that.
I hope so.
Later. Okay. So, question. My friend and I have a dispute about whether or not a paladin will go on an adventure with neutral good characters. I say no, because on page 24 of the Player's Handbook it says, the paladins will associate only with characters and creatures of good alignment. I would like to know who is right.
How did these letters even make their way through? Obviously, the friend is right. Of course the paladin can go on an adventure with a neutral good character. It doesn't have to be lawful good.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
You don't want to think about it any further?
Not at all. I do not need to think about it. That's
your
ridiculous.
Answer is correct. Your friend is right. Neutral good is a good alignment, you idiot. Why are you playing this game? Oh, no, it doesn't say that.
Right.
Just as lawful good and character. Although your paladin greatly prefers to associate with none other than lawful good characters and creatures, also notes page 24 can jump. And then it says your favorite one that you always comment, page 24, that paladins can join a company of adventurers which contain non-evil neutrals on a single expedition basis.
Yes, one time. Okay.
All right, very good. You're 1 for 1.
Oh, thank you.
Have you been studying? Or is this like what you do when we don't talk?
I've actually read a lot of these, so I think I actually remember that answer.
Okay.
But it's obvious anyway. Come on.
All right, this one, if you get, will be interesting. I'm very confused about the range of spells. Look in the Player's Handbook, which you're not allowed to, page 78, at Wall of Fire and Wall of Ice spells. 6 inches, the double apostrophe, quote, whatever that is, question mark. Also, look at the area of effect. The book says radius of the ring-shaped wall of fire is 1 inch plus quarter inch per level experience of the magic user casting. What is this in reality? You will not get this answer because you don't even know the differences between. But let's see what happens.
What are the two? I just know the difference. I don't know. I mean, obviously, the range is where the center point will be, and the area of effect is how far out it would extend from that point. That's all I can say.
Right. So it just says so. This one's hard to. I can't grade you on
What were
this
the
one.
spells?
Wall of Fire or Wall of Ice spells.
Okay.
So range is 6, and then it also says the radius. And also look at the area effect. That's on page 78 of the Player's Handbook for those playing at home.
Right, I see we got a range for each, for wall of fire and wall of ice. So, okay, so we've got a range. And then we have a special area. Oh, is that the grog line?
Is that the grog line? Did you get a
Oh,
new
it's probably,
ringtone?
oh, it's probably Skip Williams. He's passed. Don't you think? Oh, it is. Oh, he's really angry. Do you know what time it is in Lake Geneva, you arsehole? Eee, okay. All right. No more of
Like
that.
Skip would be calling you. That's why this joke doesn't work. The bit
I
doesn't
know
work.
it doesn't. It goes nowhere. It has no legs.
This is what you would get.
Yeah, it's just dead. That dude's pretending like he knows Skip Williams. That dude was on your show once. He couldn't pick you out of a lineup. He wouldn't know your name. Okay. So, what's the issue here? Okay, so wall of fire is flame. The radius of the ring-shaped wall. Oh, it's a ring-shaped. So the wall of fire is ring-shaped?
You can make it ring shaped, or you can make it a wall. You have a choice, if I remember correctly.
Oh, well, it differs from. Oh, I hate this. You got to go back to the Druid spell. So it's the radius of the ring-shaped wall of fire is 1 inch plus 1/4 inch per level of experience.
Right.
Okay, so what's the problem with that? I get that. So it's 6 inches, and you say range is outside. We do get the yards.
Range converts, area effect doesn't. So let me read the answer. Under distance on page 39 of the player's handbook, it is stated that the scale of distance is 1 inch is 10 feet or 1 inch equals 10 yards, depending on whether the adventure is taking place underground or above ground. Thus, the range of a wall of fire is 60 feet underground, 60 yards above ground. However, the sphere's area effect should almost be translated using the 1 inch equals 10 feet scale, whether underground or not. The wall of fire created by the spell has a radius of 10 feet plus another 2.5 feet for each level of caster, no matter where it's cast. There you go.
Okay. So the only thing new info there is the fact that the radius is not yards out. It's feet everywhere.
Right. Area effect,
Okay.
unless there's some exception, should always be in feet. Because then a
Okay.
fireball
No, that's actually not new.
would be ridiculous. Yeah, it's not news for those who understand what we're talking about.
Where did they say it? Page 39?
Page 39 of the
Oh, it's
page.
in distance. Oh, that's where that is for
Yeah.
spells. I couldn't find that recently. Distance, scale, and areas effect for spells are designed to fit the game. Okay. Is imperative that outdoor scale be used for range only. Wow, that's in caps. Never.
I don't make this up for the most part.
I know you don't, but it's hard to find this stuff sometimes. Okay. All right. Got it. That's it?
That's it. That was that one. No, we have more. Okay, next. Oh, here's one that's question. The Speak with Animals spell allows communication only with basic, normal, non-fantastical creatures such as apes, bears, cats, dogs, elephants, and so on. Player's Handbook, page 46. Like that they cited. Does this mean that anything in the monster manual cannot be spoken to?
That's ridiculous. No, there's normal. No, this does not mean that. That's not what that says.
Wow, you're angry. You're an angry elf.
Angry sage. Oh, the grumpy sage. No,
right.
there's animals. Isn't there a beaver in there or something?
Hey, that time is there a beaver in there? Got to take that soundbite. Let's see, what time was that on? Got to add that.
Oh, no, I can't say anything on this show.
I can't say anything on this show.
You
That's
need to get your mind out of the dungeon, buddy. There's normal animals.
Wait,
There's a badger.
Is there a beaver in there? That's classic.
There's a giant beaver.
Oh, there's a giant beaver. That's also good. The show may just be things that you said before. That may be the new show. So.
Okay.
All right. So you say yes. And I would say you are correct.
Okay,
The Monster
thanks.
Manual includes many examples of non-fantastical creatures. Generally, they include all monsters whose AD&D attributes correspond to the abilities and characteristics of the actual animals, and who do not have any magical or unnatural abilities, such as, to name a few, elephant, jaguar, herd animals, flightless birds, whales, and camels. Generally, Speak with Animals cannot be employed against creatures which are altered versions of the real animals, such as giant skunk,
Oh, okay, that's useful, actually.
giant beetles, because they're not basically normal creatures with regards to the natural animal of those types.
So that actually is useful information. So that's bad news for the druid. that you can't use speak with animals on giant animals. But okay, good. I
Shillelagh.
learned something. Go on.
Someone pronounced shillelagh, so I just did shillelagh. Or shillelagh.
Is that your what? Is that your
Someone
new?
is asking. Someone's asking, please someone pronounce shillelagh. So I did shillelagh.
What is it?
Shillelagh.
Shillelagh. What is proboscis?
Proboscis. I forgot it now. I'll have to look that up too.
Hey, Dangley.
Dangly. Hello. All right.
Dangley's dead. Okay.
Next. So that was good. Good job.
Not bad.
But
I
it
didn't
is
think like
interesting
giant.
because, again, like I said, giant beetles, because there's a lot of giant this and that. Giant snake,
Right.
you should not, based on this ruling,
Yes.
you would not get it.
Okay.
Unless it's a normal snake. All right. Do player Oh! If you get this one wrong,
Yes.
there has to be punishment. I'm just...
The answer is no.
Okay.
Okay.
Do player character gnomes...
Are you serious?
I'm not making this up.
Got it.
Have constitutional poison resistance. This is mentioned in the monster manual, but not in the player's handbook.
This happens. We've seen this with halflings get, I think, like a +1 on range weapons in the monster manual. I think the answer generally is no. If it's not in the player's handbook, you don't get it. That is for non-player characters.
Okay, that's your final answer?
That's my final answer, based upon generally what I've seen for these questions.
All right. Here's what they say. The concept of a player character is built around the idea that such figures are generally above average compared to the norm for their race. Using that reasoning, it is permissible to award the gnome special poison resistance to player character gnomes as well as NPC gnomes.
It's permissible. Yeah, but
For
what does that
player
mean?
characters,
Permissible.
assign the poison saving throw bonus according to their constitution as per the player's handbook instead of simply allowing to save 4 levels higher as noted in the player's handbook. So, Jim Ward, Will Niebling have just made a new rule, basically.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so what does it say in gnome? You get anything with gnomes on that? So is it
Gnomes
between...
don't get the poison bonus. That's what he's claiming.
Right, they don't get the Right. Oh, they're highly right, but they get so they get the other stuff, but not poison. Gnomes are highly magic resistant, which is interesting that they're illusionists. Can be illusionists, but we know that's an old issue.
Well, I can tell you all about why the gnomes are like this because it's nonsense.
Okay. Right. A gnome player character gains a bonus for con, just as dwarven character, a con bonus, blah 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 blah. Right. Versus wands, staves, rods, and spells. But for dwarfs, it says in addition. I mean, I know I'm just saying what everyone knows, that they also get it for poison, right? Yes, because there's another paragraph there. Similarly, dwarves have exceptional con strength with regard to toxic substance. Therefore, and then you go to the monster manual, and apparently
Did you not understand the question? The question was the monster. Yeah, the monster manual says gnomes are poison resistant. Yes.
I like to look it up. I like to see it.
Oh my goodness, you don't believe anything you read. I read it to you and you don't believe me. I'm hurt.
It helps you remember it better. I do believe. No, I'm not saying it's wrong. Well, Jody typed it up. I'm sure it's right.
Wow.
So I like how I just name drop, right? Like
exactly.
I like people know me.
That was good.
I like it. So. All right, so where's this? All gnomes are highly resistant to magic and poison. See, this is fascinating. I had not noticed this discrepancy. Did you know about this discrepancy?
Not really, because I don't care about gnomes. Gnomes are monsters. If there is no discrepancy. If they were not supposed to be player characters,
right?
If they were not, this wouldn't be a discrepancy. They brought them in. They're already broken. If you gave them poison resistance, then literally what's the difference between them and a dwarf? Nothing. They exactly have the exact same thing. So why have them?
We're not dour. We're funny. Okay. And if you look at
Says who?
Do you guys think we're funny?
No, God!
don't halflings get something like a +1 on ranged weapons in the players? I mean, in the monster manual or
Yeah, there's a
something?
bunch of things between the monsters. Elves gets. I think each of them have something in there that's a
Yeah.
little different in the monster manual. Yes, but
Do you think Jody left that paragraph out?
I don't like this answer because the answer should be is the way we adjudicate things. How do we adjudicate things? What is our rationale? How do we determine
If it ain't there, you don't get it.
the veracity of things?
If it says X in one place and it doesn't say X in another place, the negative inference is that it is intended to be not X.
Correct.
In the
Or that is right, and it's built upon that the books stack on top of each other. Meaning,
well, that's true too.
The monster manual came out first,
Yes.
then the player's handbook, then
Yeah.
the dungeon master guide, and thus, if it was in the player's handbook and omitted, they had the opportunity and they didn't fix it in the DMG, so that means it's not there.
Yeah, okay. You know, all right. So can we talk about different categories of problems? So some problems seem to be just typos. Maybe. Okay. No, I don't mean that Jody is responsible. I mean that the manuscript, the page proofs that were provided to Jody had a problem. So okay, a couple things. Halfling Dex con. I know this is beating a dead mule. Right. I've now switched, James. Okay, let's talk about this real quickly, okay? Based upon your theory of interpretation.
Well, it's not just my theory. I thought it was our theory of interpretation that the books build upon themselves.
We're pretty much, yes, we're kindred spirits in this. We are generally aligned on these kinds of issues. So I'd like to now make an argument as to why I've decided to go back to Halfling Con 19 as written, 18 Dex, okay? And let me point out the fact, I forgot to mention this, we talked about half ogres. Why do half ogres have a max con of 18 when half orcs have 19? You're telling me that a half ogre can't have a 19 con? Come on. Okay. So
it's almost like they make this stuff up.
Exactly. They just write. Like they don't act right. They just pick a number. As opposed to looking at the data and actually inspecting half ogres. So we know that NPCs for halflings, don't they get a con bonus? If you go to like 101 or 102, where is that business? Yes, if you go to page 100, James, why do we have adjustments for races that are different? Aren't these different for NPCs? On 100, halflings get a +1 dex and a +1 con. If you go to the player's handbook, don't we have adjustments for the races too?
Yes.
In the player's handbook?
There's no adjustment for gnomes.
It's -1 strength, and on page 4, there's no adjustment for gnomes. So if you compare page 14 and page 100, why are they different? So the dwarf is different. The dwarf gets a +1 to strength on the NPCs. Are they assuming that you're going to stick your high strength for the dwarf anyway? Is that what's going on? But why are they different? And not only is that a question that I have, but the other point I want to make is that you'll notice, James, on page 100, the halfling gets a +1 con bonus, right? And we don't and halflings have, well, I don't know if they have a +1 to con, and what's their minimum con is a 10, okay? So this is pretty good evidence it wasn't a mistake. So it's not insane to think that the halflings could have a 19 max con when they're getting +1, and I understand they are not getting it. They're only getting it a +1 dex in the player's handbook. But that's evidence that it wasn't a mistake. And what are the odds that no one caught that for all those years? So Gary, decades later, it's pointed out to him and says, oh my gosh, I never knew that. That's a mistake. What's more likely? It was a mistake at the time, or Gary is making a mistake the way he oh my God, I'm so sorry. That Gary was making a mistake decades later. So are we going to have to submit this to the Chamberlain to the gibbering?
Well, it's
Is it
interesting
gibbering?
because I just saw a comment from the Chamberlain of Australia. Said, "Was there a question there?" I'm not even sure if there was a question. I don't even remember what the question
Yes.
was at this point.
Okay. Does he take? Does the gibbering? Is it gibbering? Does a gibbering mouther take? Will he give official rulings for the Grog Empire live like this?
Yeah, on the fly, spontaneous
Okay.
official
So
rulings.
the question is for the gibbering mouther: is it in the gibbering mouther's opinion a typographical error to have the halfling con be a max of 19 instead of dex, taking into account all the evidence I presented, which goes both ways? We know that Gary, I believe on Dragon's Foot, or maybe it was N World, wherever, said that decades later that it was the first time brought to his attention. He said it was a mistake. I'm not so, but I don't know that that's good enough. I don't like that evidence very well.
Well,
I like
he
the
actually, if you recall, I don't know, this was 1,000 years ago. David was one of our first guests on, and remember he wrote to TSR, and that was one of the things he wrote to him, if I remember back in the day.
Oh.
And he got an answer. I don't know if he got an answer on that or not, so I'm sure he'll text it in the thing.
In Dragon when they did it, they actually Dragon Magazine explained why you get a 19 con for halflings, but it wasn't Gary. But so they knew about this and they let it go. So for me, unless a gibbering mouther gives an official ruling, which of course would be binding on me because it's binding on the Grog Empire, everyone in it. We're not above the law, James.
Actually, we are above the law. We are the law. I mean, don't.
Oh my God.
We are the law. There's no rule. We are. We're.
Our heads are going to be on stakes. This is how it happens, James. This is how you get deposed. And I don't mean your deposition taken, okay? All right.
Oh, so anyway. Moving on.
I say no. I don't like that answer.
I don't like that. I don't like that answer because they just made it up. There's no.
Well, they didn't give an answer. They said may. They didn't say yes, right? Didn't they say you can do anything you want as the DM? Didn't they say you can or something like that?
That's right. Well, it said it's permissible.
Anything's permissible.
Right.
Okay.
But again, the rationale I don't like is because it's in the monster manual. It infers the idea of the player character. They're different. Because that's the whole thing with Drow. They nerfed the Drow later in the book that shall not be named because it was just too powerful. It was not meant to do that.
So you think it was a conscious choice to make them different, remove the poison? Okay, from halfling. All right. I agree with you though. I would not give it. I'd be like, sorry, I ain't there, and it supersedes everything you said. Yeah, I agree with you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate
That's a good question for the German. Some of these need to go back to,
I mean, 40 years it hasn't been answered. All right, more. Oh, this is another good one. Well, I don't know. It's a long one. Next question. With regards to weapon type to hit adjustments, does the table on page 38 of the player's handbook refer...
it takes into account shield. Sorry.
How do you know that?
I've read a lot of these.
So you're a cheater.
Yes. Is it wrong to be curious, James?
Well, I asked you specifically, did you read it? You're like, no, I haven't.
I did not read this specific one. I've read this at some point. I didn't know that was going to be the question. Yeah, so that was a big issue too, right? Do you take into shield when you do weapon? Yeah, I mean, clearly, because there's like a 10, a 9, and 8. You have to.
Well, why don't you tell me what the next question is then? Why am I reading this? Why are you humoring me with this? I'll just...
Sorry. Well, you said it was long. I figured I'd speed things along.
Okay.
So the question was...
Well, let me finish the question. If the opponent was wearing chain and shield, should he be referred to column 5? No, or column 5, which says scale mail plus shield plus chainmail, or column 4, chainmail plus shield, split mail, banded mail. And they basically answer yes, they should be in column 4.
It's like hard to, if I recall though, the answer is kind of long.
It is long.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of effort to figure out that they're actually saying yes. They could have just said yes. But you do, and that makes sense though, because you don't have an armor class of 9. Is there a straight up armor class of 9 without a shield? What's a 9? No, 9's shield only. The fact that you have a 9, doesn't that mean it has to be shield only? It has to take into account shield.
Yes.
Because there is no base armor class of 9.
Yeah, there's no cloth that makes it 9.
Heavy cloth.
But back in OD&D, if I remember correctly, wasn't 9 the lowest you could get? Or was it basic AC 9? There was no AC 10 in one of the things. Maybe it was basic.
But let me tell you what's interesting about the question, though, is that why was that Gary's intent? Because why would a shield affect it? So in other words, I always thought that it was about the type of armor you were wearing, how it worked against the particular type of weapon. And so that's kind of weird. So now you could have a particular type of armor plus a shield is now being traded the same as a different type of armor without a shield, which would strike me as mildly odd because it's about armor type. Does that make sense? That I think it doesn't make sense to include shield?
No, I think it should include shield because it's an abstract concept, and the shield is again this large thing between you and someone else.
Okay.
I would also have to say, I would, trying to channel my inner gibbering mouther. You'd have to look at the pluses and minuses associated with on the armor class 9. Does it make sense that it's based on a shield, or is it based on something else? Because you've noticed, like on AC2, it assumes you're in plate mail and shield. Blunty things work differently than pointy things.
Yes. I love this. I love looking at the terrible negatives. A bow stick against plate mail and shield, -9.
Right.
That's worse than an open fist is -7.
Yeah.
It's worse that a bow stick is worse than punching somebody in plate mail. So you're just like hitting it. You're just like, ow.
Right. You better roll a 20, and you still may not have a chance.
Quarter shop is mine. We should do a whole show on this at some point. I think buying these kind of well, whatever. You guys want to do a whole show on armor class adjustment? Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm surprised. Okay. All right.
Do you
I'm
want
doing
that
pretty
to
well.
be between you and lunch? No, here you go. They just want it done quickly.
They only came here for the
They
food.
came for the food.
They came for the food. There will be a buffet.
All right. Next question.
Yes.
Is that the grog line?
Let's see. I think it's. Did Vic call skip again? No, I don't know what that is.
All right.
Okay.
Are player characters allowed to be drawn, not drawn, New York accent,
right,
from gray elf stock or drow stock?
Oh, okay. This is a wonderful question. Well, okay, so things get complicated because we know in the player's handbook, you do the cricket, so
I was about to.
I know, I can tell you had a cricket face. What time is Bill coming on?
This is so first edition.
Is he 10 o'clock?
He's 10 o'clock.
Oh, we're getting killed. Okay, so we know in the player's handbook it says it has to be high elf, right? I want to write this question too. These are great questions for the Gibbering Mouther to get official rulings. So
these are official rulings. They're
well, this
for
is
the Empire.
this,
You're talking about
Sage Advice is not. Well, number one, Sage Advice is not official.
That's true. It's just random musings.
But Gibbering Mouther is. So we need to get official rulings from the Gibbering Mouther. He may have a different opinion.
Right. So maybe we can just have the Chamberlain go through all the old Dragon magazines, annotate them, and send them to us.
And answer all, and give the correct answer.
Right. Just edit them.
Yes. It will just take the question and just. So we know it says high elf in the player's handbook.
That's
correct?
right.
Okay. But then when you get to page 13, it has more. It has a bunch of elves. It has dwarf and mountain dwarf, which we famously know you can be a mountain dwarf. And I believe there's never been any controversy about being a different halfling. You could be a stout, a tall fellow, or a hare feet, right? Everyone agrees to that, correct? Some don't get information. You gotta remember that. So it's got wood, high, gray, drow, and aquatic. So the question is, what do you think, James? This is a tough one for you because it doesn't explicitly override the player's handbook, yet it does seem to suggest circumstantial evidence that you could be these bizarro elves. I say no. I don't think it is. It's just talking about aging. Is this talking about player character? Oh, wow. Wait, it is character age, right? Page 12 is about character. And then it's got oh my gosh, James, I think the answer's got, this is horrible. I've learned something.
It's like I'm a professor. I just sit here as the student kind of.
You do.
Kind of goes through and figures it out.
You're awesome. You're like, you let the student teach themselves, come to their own conclusions.
It's-
You're a wonderful professor. This is what most professors do. That's why it's such a good gig. You just sit there and do nothing.
Well, it's being a good dungeon master. You don't have to do much. You let the thing go and let them figure it out. And
You
spend
just stand
20
there while they're
minutes.
bickering and talking and you're eating a sandwich.
Right.
You're right. I've been way overdoing it, as is typical. My gosh, James, I think this is pretty strong evidence that you can be these bizarro things. So, what would you say? You. So
Me.
what would you say? Is this enough to override it? It is in character. It's about creating character age, correct?
Correct. Well, it says it's under the subsection character. So let's read
under the subsection.
Let's read what the people who got paid to do this figured out. So
paid very little.
It's true, as we heard, peanut butter and jelly and Pepsi or something like that.
Yes.
Each DM must decide whether such unusual player character types will be allowed in his or her campaign. In the case of unusual elf types, there should be a possibility for a player character to become any of the elf subspecies, including aquatic elves and wood elves, which I don't know. Is aquatic elf on that list?
Yes, I think it
Okay.
is. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I think that would be amazing. However, it should be apparent that life as a player character under such conditions would be hard. For the character, the player and most of all the DM must be prepared to cope with the added responsibility of trying to incorporate such a rare character into the campaign without sacrificing its balance and flexibility. So the problem with this answer is it's factually correct, but it's not answering the question.
These last two, not the last two, the one with the I can't even remember. It's been that long. It's been like 3 minutes. This stuff that like it's okay to do. Yes, because so sage advice. You're wanting yes or no, I think, and what you're not getting. We always know that you can change. The question is, what's the by the book? They're already being very not by the bookish about it. So we want by the book because the player's going to be like, yes, can I or can I not? And
So what's the by the book answer? It's simple. What's the by the book answer?
We're such students. What's the answer, Professor?
And
it's not that easy, kids.
Well, the answer, I mean,
what do I put on the test?
Exactly, yeah. I don't want short answer. I want multiple choice.
Right. So you get your exam. What you're worried about is exam. Can a player or character be a drow elf? And you want to know what's the answer, right? Whereas the professor is going to be like, look, this is going to be on the essay. And you can debate whether or not. So I got to tell you, I don't know the answer to this one. I'm scared to say I think the answer is perhaps yes, but I'm more interested in what you think, James.
Well, what I think is my default would go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, just because you've got this theory, this approach to interpretation, which I like, which is that if it doesn't say you can't, if it said X and then it doesn't say X later, it's a not X. So it says high elf. I'd like to know, for your theory of interpretation, do you believe that listing those age ranges under the category of character age, it's clearly, look, it can't be character age, aging, disease, and death. It's got to, would you agree that character on page 12 in the title modifies not only age, but aging, disease, and death?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I've done. Just answer the question that's been asked.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
So then, if it is character aging, that is suggesting that characters can be those categories. So, in your opinion, is that enough to override the limitation on the player's handbook that you can only
because here's if I really wanted to if I read the first paragraph, the escape clause of that, it says for player characters and henchmen. So henchmen are NPCs.
Oh.
So you could deem that you have hired a henchman who's an aquatic elf. If I wanted to be literal there.
You're right. But that's weird. But why would you? Okay. Well, that's interesting. Oh, you may do the same for other characters, or you may assign ages you fit in lieu of the milieu. There are two tables, one for you. Oh, so what would be your? So
my take on it is, if I wanted to say no, besides the obvious, I'm the DM, and I really wanted to provide some justification, and if someone wanted to argue that this table, because it's included here, that I could play any of those races. First of all, the player's handbook doesn't say that. The player's handbook says These
But
are
this is
these are the things you can get.
but this stacks.
That's right, but this comes on top of it. But it doesn't say player characters, because they have an age, can play those characters. I would then refer to that henchmen is what they meant there, because henchmen are an extension of the player. They were recruited by the player, and I would go to the recruiting of henchmen and see if there's a chance to get those. That would be my next step into this rabbit hole, is when you select it, when you're trying to recruit a henchman, would you go there? But the answer to back to your thing is page 21. That's the answer.
Oh, okay. Yes. The gnome as a player character. Wait, are you talking about the gnome as a player character?
That's correct. The gnome is a player character, because we've opened, the precedent is the gnome as the player character.
The monster is a player character.
Right.
Oh, so you're saying that this? Okay, I'm with you. So right, you're saying that if this would only apply if you could, because you can permit them to be monsters as player characters.
Yes. So on page 21, they're correct in their answer, but it doesn't cite why they're correct, which is the problem with it. The second to last paragraph, first sentence. As to other sorts of monsters as player characters, you as the DM must decide in light of your aims and the style of your campaign.
Okay.
That's what they should have cited, but they didn't.
That's on 21?
Page 21, the second to last paragraph on the right-hand column.
Yes, I see. Yep. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, the problem is,
Now, he says, if you want to follow Gary, the considered opinion of this writer is that such characters are not beneficial to the game and should be excluded. And note that this exclusion is best handled by restriction and not by refusal. Now, we do know he allowed it, like during Polymorph or some other things. There's those famous characters in the Rogues Gallery. One of our people that we had in there became a lizard man, and he continued to play. So,
but that you become, sure. Okay. So we don't know the answer to that. So I may, and look,
right.
I don't want, and I know our dear friend the Chamberlain is out there. Look, you know,
the Chamberlain is on fire. You've first of all, you've given him like a month's worth of work to go through every Dragon magazine and adjudicate that. So he's fired up.
We don't want, James, can we agree on something? If we're talking to Jimmy Mouther, if we're asking questions, we want what are considered we know the DM has discretion to change. We are not insane, right? We understand that. We're not by the book crazy people. But we do want we do want, now the show's, we're making up for that slow start with getting into first edition discussion. We're on fire now.
This is complete
first edition. So we want by the book answers, correct? Which I think have value, because the by the book answer, you then know, okay, am I deviating from it? We don't want none of this nonsense with you. It's up to the DM, maybe, right? Give us the by the book. That's why we're writing in. We know we have discretion. I'm sorry. I'm getting all upset.
Well, we've talked about this before. There's rules, there's rulings, and then there's house rules. Rules are the maximum strength for a human is 1800.
Right. Right. You're not wearing armor, you're AC 10.
Excuse me. Male, right. Those are rulings, it's in there. Then there's rules. Then there's rulings, and the number one ruling is the DM can do whatever they want to do. And that's really a rule as well. Then there's rulings like we are adjudicating. Can I allow this in? Well, the DMG says you can have player characters as monsters. Gary says you probably shouldn't do it, but you can as the DM. So, because the book is silent on specifically those areas. There's not a declarative statement in the player's handbook or the monster manual that says these are the only classes and races you can play. Period. It does not say that.
Now I'm wondering. Well, you say that. Is that true?
I'm 99% positive.
Is that true? What does it say? Creating a player character, page 8. There's, of course, in each participant in the game. I'm starting to read this whole thing. Where does it talk about race? That'll tell me somewhere where I got to pick a race, doesn't it? Where's creating the player character? Where's race? Isn't there a race? Character races. Page 13. After a player has determined the abilities of his or her character, it is then time to decide what racial stock the character is to be. For purposes of the game, the racial stocks are limited to the following: Dwarven, Elven, Gnome, Half-Elven, Halfling, Half-Orc, and Human. Each racial stock has advantages and disadvantages, blah, blah, blah. The dungeon master may have restrictions as to which races are allowed in the campaign. I like that. So it's even like it's narrowing it. It's not expanding.
So very good. So you found this because we used our own logic. There is a rule that says for the purposes of the game, these are the ones they're limited to. There's your answer. That's a better answer than they put.
And he's even getting right. And actually, what Gary's saying is it's not expanding. I know he said in the DMG, but he's actually suggesting it could get narrower, right? Where it's
Correct.
like, well, I don't have gnomes; they're monsters.
So here's a declarative statement. Now, then in the DMG, there's some amorphous stuff that says, you could read that the character age thing could be implied that you could use it for other things. But this is declarative. So there you go. That's what I would cite.
Right.
That should have been the answer. The answer they should have provided said in the player's handbook it's declarative. The DMG says there is an option for the DM to allow characters, but Gary says no.
Okay, I like this. So ask me if you can be something other than a high elf. And I'm the DM, and I'm going to explain.
Can I be a half drow, half tabaxi, half turtle?
No, you cannot.
But
Dragonborn.
that's my vision.
Dryadborn? No. So I asked my niece who plays 5th edition. She's new to it all. And I asked her what she's playing. James, I didn't know what it was.
I know.
I swear, I'm not making this up. I'm like, I didn't know what the race was. I'm like, I've never heard of that.
Well, I was doing that for us on Twitter. Someone on Twitter, they converted Expedition to the Barrier Peaks out for 5th edition. They've been taking all the old modules. If TSR hasn't, or excuse me, Wizards of the Coast hasn't specifically ported them onto their modules, other people have taken the old style and didn't. So someone did Expedition Barrier Peaks. And so I said, yeah, now you can take your Dragonborn Paladin. I think that's a thing, and then they're like, oh yeah, you could take your Artificer, Hunter-Gatherer, half Tabaxi, half Dragonborn.
And I feel like the old man on the lawn. Like, when I grew up, they were like,
oh, God!
We just read it. When I grew up...
That's right. Back in my day.
Racial stocks were limited to the following. Okay, no, you cannot, because on page 16 it says, elven player characters are always considered to be high elves, the most common sort of elf, and I don't want to hear you talking about the DMG aging tables. I'm very familiar with that, sir. Ma'am, and it refers to henchmen as well, and that's how it's reconciled. Go away. Yes, and I'm familiar with sage advice. It was not canon. It said you may. Get off my lawn. You're a high elf. Okay, I'm ready for the next one.
There we go. All right, next one. You got that. Now we're fired up. All right. I don't even know why this is in here. Even you can answer this one. Okay. Though the answer is long.
Oh, gosh, okay.
Is it okay for a chaotic good character to torture others, to slay helpless opponents, to backstab?
Oh, actually, wait, I do remember. I shouldn't think about what the answer is. So I think, if I recall
you're like
correctly,
the worst student. You cheated, but you don't remember the answers. Okay.
No, I think the answer was doing those things are evil acts, and so you're not supposed to do them. I'm not so sure Gary agrees with that.
Well, I'm going to give you. I'm going to because it's I'm going to be.
Okay. What am I? What's the question again? What am I not supposed to do? Torture?
Is it okay for a chaotic good character to torture others, slay helpless opponents, or to backstab? So that's interesting.
Okay. I'm going to give you my answer,
right,
which I think is more like Gary's answer. And I think the answer is yes, depending on the circumstances. How can it be wrong to, number one, we know only thieves can backstab, but whatever. Assuming it's not officially the backstab rule, right? You can still come behind somebody and try to backstab. I assume, wouldn't get the backstab bonuses since you're not a thief. The answer got to be yes. How can it be wrong? How can it be wrong for a chaotic good character to backstab an orc guard or to torture an orc to get information? So I think the answer is it would be a good act depending upon who you're doing it to. Yes.
Yeah, I'm typing while muting. I apologize. So I'll give you their answer. The act of torturing is basically ungood. So it's not evil, it's ungood. I don't know why they use that.
The ungood. That's our band.
Well,
The
that's
ungood.
right. The ungood.
The ungood.
That is really good, actually.
Like the ungood. We're not evil. We're just ungood. That's most of your chaotic neutral parties.
That's right.
We're not evil. We're just
writing that
ungood.
down. The
We're
ungood.
ungood. I'm chaotic ungood.
Lawful,
sorry.
chaotic, neutral thing. Okay. All right. So and even in the case of extreme hatred for another race or creature type, a good character will not perform such an act, but there might be times when it is justified and the end result is good and cannot be achieved any other way. A character who can justify his actions to the DM in such a manner might expect to be able to torture an enemy without changing his alignment. The clean slaying of helpless opponents is acceptable if those opponents had previously presented a challenge to the character and the player and has attempted to harm the chaotic good character. The act of backstabbing by good character is acceptable when it is performed on an enemy of the character and his party, but turning on other party members in the middle of adventure is not a good act.
Well, obviously, the person didn't ask that. It didn't say get a chaotic good character slay the rest of his party and steal all the treasure.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I think that's a fine answer. Yes, you should not be torturing for the fun of it. If you're chaotic good and you're torturing the orc because it's cool, that's a problem, in my opinion. That's not.
What's interesting is the chaotic good thing, because again, they're about freedom, right? And now you're holding people and torturing them. Again, the problem with alignment. We see, Twitter. That's like, if you want to start any fight, just throw alignment out there. Is by itself, it's hard to adjudicate. That's why you have to have deities. Gary says, all player characters will worship a deity. This is not like real world where people can kind of go, I don't think I'm going to worship anything. You can be an atheist in D&D, but you're rebelling against, you're literally anti-God at that point there. They exist. They are manifesting themselves in the real world.
Because people are coming back from like they're coming back. They've like done planar travel or whatever, and they're like, yeah, no, dude, this is real. It's not like a mystery.
Right.
Unless you're not believing these people.
Right, yeah, unless you're clearly like if you're a flat earther or something like that. You can pretend to do that, but that doesn't change the reality of the world. And if you're sticking to the standard D&D that's in the books, there are alignments that are almost self-aware and the deities that align with them. So you are going to have a patron deity whether you like it or not. I think I put this in one of my Twitter posts for us. So this idea of, again, they should have a patron deity that should shape what's allowable and what's not allowable. So again, if you worship the elf deity who's chaotic good, well, they hate orcs, right?
Yes.
I don't think they would have any problem torturing orcs as a consequence, potentially. But other people torturing a gnome, while I would think it's totally acceptable, others, I'm sure the deity would have an issue with it. So that to me is where it gets all kerfuffled. And like David said, it's in the eye of the beholder. It's true, but the deity should influence that so that you get to a thing of, because we've talked about assassins and lawful evil. I know people say, well, James Bond wasn't lawful evil, he was lawful neutral. Well, that's where the deity, the queen, says what you're doing, you're killing is fine, right? That's the idea. Right. But torture is still torture. Now, backstabbing, that would be like is fighting evil. It's not. Right. Backstab is a completely separate.
It's a move within it's like his grappling bat.
Torture, if for the intent of extracting information, if there's no other way to do it, is still not a great thing. I think it's not good. And there are characters, just like the paladin who does something wrong, there still could be punishment, even though it serves, the ends should not justify the means. That's the kind of thing.
Well, then, so the people who wouldn't believe in deities, in D&D, they wouldn't be the Flat Earth Society, they'd be the Round Earth Society.
That's right, they'd be the Round Earth Society.
I think this Earth is round. What? You're crazy.
You're insane. What's wrong with you? So, but again, that's the beauty and the horror of first edition and all the beginning D&Ds is this alignment thing. And I think it's a little easier is if you use patron deities to kind of adjudicate some of this, because it's really hard when you don't have that.
What's interesting is that we know you do not have to be the same alignment as your deity if you're not a cleric. Now, I think that Gary suggested in the DMG that you don't have to be the same even if you're a cleric. We know Jim Ward in D as Demigod said you do, and that's fine. And I treat that as canon. But so that's a whole nother conversation. But you have these deities where you could just be like, say, a dwarven fighter or whatever.
Right.
You don't have to necessarily be the same alignment. So that gets a little interesting. But I appreciate your point about deities. I think you are right. That plays a large role.
Well, and from a mechanical perspective, if you don't want to make your own pantheon, this is a great opportunity for the player to figure out the deity. Mm-hmm. Let them come up with the ethos of this and the rationale. So again, you can model it over. People have taken the same religious foundations and have huge, widely different interpretations, right? That's why there's 100 different versions of Christianity and half a dozen versions of Islam, that people have taken this specific part of it and said this is the pinnacle and this is where we split. So maybe that would be, again, as a DM, maybe there's a fringe faction of the elf that are torturers because they feel like they can do that, and you can make a schism with that. That's what I'm saying. Instead of saying no, try to make it more interesting, more nuanced.
I agree.
All right,
good
there's my there's my jibber jabber. So we're on random encounter now.
Let's do it. All right.
So it's your favorite.
Yep, we got to get rid of this basilisk. Okay, so it's time.
I think he's up to, if he wins this time, he gets the retirement. Like we retired one of them. I forgot who we retired. We retired someone.
We did retire somebody. Yeah, he may have to be retired soon. Okay, so it's time for the Dorso roll.
Yep.
It is a 6. Is that Fiend Folio?
Monster Manual 2.
Oh, that's a bummer because, Bill Willingham did work in the Fiend Folio. So, okay, so that is Monster Manual 2, which is host Mr. Willingham. All right, I need a D10, sir.
D10. 7.
7. We are outdoors. I need a D6, please.
4.
Did you say 4?
Say 4. Did you hear me?
Okay,
Yeah,
4
Yep.
is a temperate. Do you need me to roll? Is a temperate civilized region.
Nice.
I now need a D6.
1. I found when I rolled on the table, it's so loud it spikes the sound, so I was trying to not make it.
That's too bad. I kind of like that. I like the sound because I hear it, and
Okay.
people love to hear dice roll.
Okay.
So I'll leave it to you, though. That we are in the mountains. So we are in a temperate, civilized region in the mountains. We now are finally to our D8
Oh, that's
and
right.
D12.
I almost rolled percentages, but I forgot we're in the monster manual.
That's right.
D8 and D12. All right, I'm going to do it. Here, 11.
A mountain dwarf.
Didn't we do a dwarf, or is that a different dwarf?
But there's a mountain dwarf.
Ah, mountain dwarf. Okay.
And this fits with our talk about high elves, because you
Right.
can be a mountain dwarf, right? The player's handbook says, if I recall correctly, that you can be a mountain dwarf.
Dave is funny. Ant. That's right. No, we did no ant this time.
Have we had ant
I
before?
feel like we had ant, yeah.
I think we had giant ant, didn't we? And what was amazing is you may remember, what actually got smushed in ant
Right, was an ant. Is it still there?
was in fact an ant. Yeah, it's just kind of odd.
Oh, you're still there. Very good.
You're still there.
So, but you're not on ant. We're on dwarf.
We're on mountain dwarf. So, do you put a restriction? I want to be a mountain dwarf. Can I be one, James? You're my DM. Are you gonna do what Gary says and use restrict? You're gonna restrict it?
No, I don't care.
Okay.
I would, because that is more of a flavor than a big advantage. Drow.
Did you drow?
That would be a problem.
That's a flavor. Did you know that on dwarf, there's an asterisk there. It says possible to exist in unusual characters. That's where. So I think they talk about that with psionics at some dwarfs. I don't know if that's where that came from.
Yeah.
A little asterisk. Okay.
So where are we in the book?
Well, we're on page 35 of the Monster Manual.
Thank you.
I'm trying to find if there's any discussion of Is mountain dwarves not discussed in this? Is it just dwarves? Or I have to go to the
It says it on the other page. It's literally the
page
last
32.
paragraph, Dan.
Oh, there it is. I didn't go all the way over. Thank you. It's supposed to be short. Mountain dwarves. Oh my! These creatures. Wow. That reminds me of where did we see some spell like a thief or a dwarf might take something? They were lumped in with thieves. Okay. These creatures are similar to their cousins. The hill dwarves detailed above. So this is interesting to me. Because when I think of dwarves,
I think of mountain dwarves. I don't think of...
Exactly. The Hobbit, right? We're going...
Well, the Hobbit's not the basis of this per Gary, if you remember correctly. There's nothing like this. It doesn't... There's nothing between D&D and the Hobbit. It's totally different. Nothing the same.
So what you're saying is that he went to the legal team, and they're like, well, look, you need to do a few changes. Make the dwarves come from the hills. The mountain dwarves are the unusual ones.
If the legal team got involved with this, the dwarves would be, they'd be sky riders, could be whatever the opposite of the dwarves in the Hobbit are. They would be living in clouds.
They're tall.
So
they're cloud giants, is what you're saying.
These giant creatures would be called dwarves. Like, wait a minute, they're 15 feet tall. Well, they're dwarves.
Right, and the dwarves are the cloud giants.
And they hate gold. And they love goblins. That's what. That's what they would do.
That's it. Right. So what you're saying is, if I'd been involved, okay, these creatures are. Is that what you're saying? What I'm doing to the magazine? These creatures are similar to their cousins, the hill dwarves, detailed above. The only differences are size. So they're 4.5. Do you know that there's some discrepancies between the size in the monster manual and then the size I think that you get when you roll on page 100 or 101? But that's a different issue. We talked about that. Okay. And we don't know why half orcs are half orcs 5.5 feet on average when humans are 6 feet and orcs are 6 feet. Okay, moving on. So dwarves are so hill dwarves. So they live in hills? Where do they live? I know we're doing mountain dwarves, but this raises more questions about ordinary dwarves. What I like to call hill dwarves, they live in hills?
So it says rocky hills are the favorite abode. That's the first sentence of these sturdy characters.
What are they living in? What structures?
Oh, now you're going to ask that.
You know what I mean? Is it like huts? Like orcs will live, like some orcs, do you know, I think like 25% of orc communities are above ground, and they live in these rudimentary hut structures, which is kind of interesting. You like come upon an orc village. So, there's people doing laundry. So what is down at the river? What is?
No, we learned from the Valentine's Day thing. They have slaves doing it. Those that they don't eat and torture, they're breeding.
Yes, the orc is watching.
Right.
Yes, them do the laundry, the slaves. So what are they living in the hills, rocky hills?
They're I don't know. They're in clans.
I didn't ask if they're in clans. What are they living? You're dodging the question.
Maybe they live in like what are those? Like the Mongolians, those uts, the big yurks. That's right.
A yurt. Tent. No, because our conception of dwarves is all wrong, right? So our conception of dwarves is the mountain dwarf. Every adventure and all that, aren't the dwarves always living in the mountains? But they should be living in a hill.
Right, they should be. They're like Gimli's cousin who lives in Moria. That's right. That's who we think of.
That's who you think, because we know gnomes, of course, will live in like burrows. Oftentimes, not all, right? They like to live underground to an extent. We don't know where dwarves. Do they tell? Hang on.
And I've seen some hills that look like mountains to me because I've lived in flat places my whole life. So.
Oh wait! We're given the answer. A dwarven lair is always an underground complex in solid rock. So it's just sort of.
So it's there. It's just not reading. So.
Yes, as usual. So it's there, but it's not. Yeah, but so it's in the hills. So the dwarven, they have an underground complex in solid rock. Okay, so the mountains, dwarves, the only difference are size. They're taller. Their hit dice is 1 + 1. I'm going to roll my hit dice. I get D8 because I'm a monster. I'm a 0 level, right? So I'm a 0 level dwarf. I get to roll this, right? A D8. Is that correct? I have 5 hit points. And coloration, typically light brown hair.
Would you roll a 4 or 5?
I rolled a 4.
Okay.
+1 is 5.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's not bad. They employ fewer crossbows and more spears. Mountain dwarves with 16 strength. Oh, Okay, so now this is where things get interesting. Is this going to be a conflict? Mountain dwarves with 16 strength can work up to 7th level. 7th level what? Fighter? With 17 strength to 8th level and with 18 strength to 9th level. Is that, I assume they're talking about
Consistent?
fighter,
Yeah.
not thief, right? So,
Well,
yeah, so is that,
this has to be, well, strength is the prime requisite for fighters, so yes, you would have to do that.
Dwarven fighters with less than 17 strength are limited to 7th level. So that's right, 17, 8th level. Those 17th are limited to 8th level. This is consistent. Yay. And 18 can go up to 9th level. So that is consistent. That is consistent. Mountain dwarves have a lifespan of 400 or more years. So do they live long? No one cares about the age because no one is dying of old age in D&D.
Unless you get hasted a lot. We've got our magic users
that's true.
casting a lot of haste. So for my character is an elf, so he doesn't care.
That's true.
But other
So they do live longer.
Right. They live a little bit longer.
So I guess I'd want to be a mountain dwarf. So I'm taller and I live longer. So I might as well be a mountain dwarf if you let me be one, right?
Yes,
What's the downside?
Well, you said it was a mountain dwarf. That's what it said in the book.
No, meaning if I want to play a player character.
Yeah, I always allow that because it's a little bit of a bump, but who cares? You know, compared to the gnome who now gets poison savings and everything else, who cares? That's fine.
Okay, all right.
So you have 5 hit points. So do you know what weapon you're using?
Points.
Does it say that?
Well, yeah, it's just
You have to roll
can do the 1 to 8 default if you want. You want to show me? Just do the.
What's D8? What are you talking about?
Well, I'm in the monster manual. The damage per attack is by weapon or 1 to 8.
Oh, I see. You don't want to pick your weapons. Okay.
Here, we'll do 1 through 7. There's 7 weapons there. I'll roll, and if it's an 8, then it's just the
That's
default.
not how you do it. It has percentages. Why would you do it that way?
Oh, you're right. Okay, you're right. Because then we'd have to figure out. All right.
Just roll percentages.
I'm going to roll percentile. Okay. You're right. I was wrong.
It's not right or wrong. It's just.
Oh, it's easy. Now, but I was trying to cover for myself. It's 6.
Okay, so you have
I
a sword and a light crossbow. Now you have choices.
Yay! I have a ranged weapon. Ooh, yes.
Right.
And a mirror.
And no.
Give me a percentage chance I'm carrying a mirror.
15%.
Oh, that's not bad. I'll take it. Nope, 32.
Sorry.
Left it at home. Left it on the
Do you
vanity.
want to see if you have a polished shield?
Oh, that's a thing.
Well, it's chainmail and shield. You can have a polished shield, a highly polished shield. I'll give you a chance. I'll give you a 20% chance because they're dwarven.
I rolled a 0-0.
Oh.
It's like the oldest. It's the opposite of a polished shield.
That's right. It's a rusty cover of an oak barrel. That's it.
It's like a black hole. It's like sucking in light. The black hole shield. Okay. Gets very hot in the summer.
Oh,
You know?
okay.
Ooh, don't touch that thing. Ow! It's like concrete.
All right.
That's what I do. I burn people with it.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So there I am. My name is.
Don't name him. Don't. Why would you name him?
No.
It's nothing good's going to come from naming him. But okay. So now we're going to do surprise.
A Mountie. Okay. What do I? Am I riding
No,
something?
you're not riding something.
Nibbles. Nibbles the mule. Okay. Mountie. All right. Let's do it. We better hurry.
Well, then the other thing is, well, mountain dwarves, you don't get the crossbow. I think you get a spear. Didn't we just read that? Someone just had to remind us of our own.
Well, fewer. They employ fewer crossbows and more spears. So yeah, they don't give us a percentage chance for that. They don't adjust it. But I did roll a very low number.
Yeah. What did you roll? 12.
I think
Because it says 25% of them. I'm assuming that if you calculate all the percentages, you have a 25% chance of getting a crossbow, and more with the spear. So then you'd have to somehow adjudicate that. So yes, you have a crossbow.
Wait, so I have to adjust all these numbers? No, you need to do the thing.
This is so first edition.
Okay. I thought you were gonna go the. Oh no.
Oh God!
It could be either. Sometimes it's a close call.
That's right.
Which one it should be. You have discretion, sir. Okay. Yeah, so you'd have to adjust. The more spear. You'd have to go through and We need a new table.
That's right.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
So I'm going to allow you. Do you want a spear or do you want a crossbow?
Well, I rolled pretty low.
Okay, you get a crossbow.
So I think I am this. But
right.
I appreciate.
And you have a quarrel of
Thank you.
quivers.
Yes.
Or bolts.
Quarrel of quivers.
God.
It's just like endless bags. Where's the damn bolts? I've been
I,
ripped off.
I spoke over that. Okay, let's do surprise.
Let's do it. All right.
I rolled a 4.
I rolled a 3.
All right, we're not surprised. Now I gotta check distance. Ooh, we are 100 yards away. We're outside.
Choo choo choo.
Yeah.
What's my distance on a crossbow?
It's a light crossbow. So
I'm gonna just sit at a distance in a bush. And just be, you don't know what's happening.
just try to pick me off. I like it.
Hell yeah. Are you kidding me? I see all the statues. It's just like a garden. It's like a park. Right?
So peaceful here. Look, there's a satyr
Bird.
and there's a thing.
Yeah. There's a beautiful satyr statue. I'm wise. Hang on, let me see what my intelligence. Hang on, roll my intelligence. I don't get a plus for intelligence. Ooh, look at this. 16, my friend.
That's not wise. That's intelligence. You said.
I know, I'm intelligent.
You're
well,
smart.
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I'm intelligent. I'm smart. So I see these statues and I'm like, oh, heck no. Hell no.
Okay. Well, let's do initiative. Declare your actions. You are 100 yards away.
Oh my gosh, I have a long range of 18? So what is that? That's
180 yards. So what's?
Oh my gosh, I'm like Tom Brady.
Yeah. Well, what's medium?
12.
Okay, so it's you'll be shooting at medium range.
What is that, -2?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm sitting in the freaking bush.
All right. So you notice a medium 7-foot-long lizard creature with 8 legs and a bunch of perfectly made statues. What
Right.
do you do?
I'm loosing from my distance. I'm loosing my crossbow.
Okay.
I'm attacking.
So I'm gonna roll initiative. 5.
And I'm looking. I'm looking down as I shoot. Did I say that? Is it too late? Is it too late? All right, 6.
You won. Okay, so you get your shot. Well, now can you bring up the monster manual too? I don't have it here, so you can look up the gaze rules.
You know, it's so far away. Come on.
I'll give it a minus.
Oh, really? I worked the ref and that worked?
Yeah.
Oh, look.
We've used it so many times.
I dragoneered it.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, okay. It is. So what is it? So
You're
wait,
attacking.
I'm attacking normally.
Mm-hmm.
Attacking normally is 3 and 10.
Okay. Well, it's 4 and 10 because it's a medium thing.
That's true.
Because it's 100 yards away, I'll give it a 2 and 10. You only have a 20% chance of.
I do agree. It's like the -2. It's like the range adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll give you a -2.
So do I attack first or do I roll for?
You're going to get your attack out, but you may be dead
you
after.
do gaze like your kind of attack. I gotcha. All right, here we go.
I'll let you go first.
I rolled an 8.
You rolled
and
an 8?
a 5. And a 5.
You
Don't I get
only
2?
You only get 1 bolt, mister. What is this?
Oh, wait. What is it 2? Oh, that I was doing arrows, wasn't I?
Yeah.
Oh.
Your 1 hit dice, 1 + 1. Yeah. You need a 14. You need a 16, actually, because you're -2 to hit.
Or do I count as a 0?
No, you're 1 + 1.
But are all dwarves? No dwarves are 0-level fighters? Just because I have a hit die?
I'm giving you 1 + 1 hit dice.
Okay.
They're not 0. Halflings are 0.
But 0 is like...
Are,
But 0, you roll a die 8 too. Don't you? For a 0-level fighter?
You're not a 0-level fighter. You're
Okay.
a monster. Monsters are what's in the hit dice.
Got it.
I'm not making you a 0-level
All right.
fighter.
Okay. I'm not complaining.
So you missed. Now
Twice.
roll d10.
Oh no. Here we go. Then maybe we need this to end soon. 10.
All right. So, he's going to move forward 60 feet. So now you're at 40 yards.
He's
Now
like,
it's
what's that?
initiative.
Choo choo.
I smell dwarf. And not the common hill dwarf. This is a very earthy mountain dwarf.
Oh yes.
Very tasty.
A hint of dirt with a nice elderberry aftertaste. Okay. So we're rolling for initiative?
Yeah, so now we're 40 yards away. 6.
4.
He is right on you. Would you like
He's charging.
He doesn't charge. He just actually he is going to charge. That's a good idea. I think you're right. He's going to charge you. What's your armor class?
AC 4.
4. That's good. You're going to need that. He needs a 7. He misses with a 1. He stumbles. So I'm going to say you're going to attack I assume you're going to attack with your sword?
Yeah, so you're gonna allow me to do I have time to drop that?
Yeah, you drop
throw
your,
in
you drop, yeah, you see him charging, you drop the bow. Oh, well, unless you want to take your shot. Which one would you like to do?
No, I'll take out my sword.
Okay, I'll even give you that because he literally did like he face planted because he rolled a 1. I'm gonna say he face planted in front of you.
Oh, this is awesome. All right, here we go.
Go ahead.
7.
7, you miss. All right, initiative. Now you need to roll a d10. Now it's 3d10.
Right. 4.
4. Okay, that's
I don't
good.
know how long I can last though. Okay.
Initiative.
4.
5. All right. So he's gonna get his attack. 11. I'm pretty sure that hits. Your AC 4.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that hits. So D10. Let's see.
Oh no, it's terrible.
You take 9 points of damage.
Is there any chance that he'll bind my wounds?
Actually, roll a D10 to see if you get stoned as you're being bitten to death.
Okay. Maybe that's better. It'll go fast. 5. No,
No.
I can't even get that. I want to be stoned. No, I want to be stoned. Just stone me. I'm bleeding out. Just stone me, please.
So yes, unfortunately the mountain dwarf has been defeated. Divine intervention.
Oh, and there's some good dwarven deities. Okay, here we go. 91.
You weren't. If you were a hill dwarf, we may have thought about it. So
that's a lot of victories in a row for this thing. And the problem is, not only does it have the gaze attack, but it's got a lot of hit dice, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's 6 + 1. I mean, you got to get up on it, and you got to fight it.
Oh my gosh, I should have backstabbed it. Okay, so Mounty dies.
Yeah, Mounty dies. So someone brought up that the gaze of Medusa's eyes will turn creatures within 30 feet to stone, and he said he would probably do that for other ones. Well, it doesn't say that. So
Where does it say that in?
In Medusa.
Oh, it says that in the monster manual.
For Medusa.
Oh.
But it doesn't say that for the other one.
Very interesting. Yes, the gaze of a Medusa's eyes will turn creatures. That's true. And we've even had Medusa. Remember Lady Medusa?
Yes.
How did she die? We've had gaze weapon attack monster.
I forgot. I'd have to look back to figure out how.
Yeah, who finally took down Lady Medusa? She's 6 hit dice.
Yeah, she is a beast.
Yeah.
And she has poison, so she's.
Yeah. And someone beat her. I don't know who that was.
No, I don't know. That was a good one.
Whoever beat Lady Medusa?
Yeah, that's what we need to bring him back. Tournament of Champions.
Tournament of Champions. Okay.
Yeah, well, I think the issue is, you could do that, but they're all different. Because like the Gorgons, the cone is 6 feet in length. So the silence, I would probably go back to Monster Manual 2. In the Dracolisk, does it have a range on? Is it a breath weapon? Is the Dracolisk, or is it a gaze? I think it's a gaze. It's a gaze. It has to be because it has a gaze attack.
There is information in Polyhedral. So I've got my rule booklet here. So this is what Polyhedron said. I don't know if it gives us any answers. A gaze weapon will only affect one victim per round, but this attack form is in addition to any other attacks given, which I know is something we had talked about before.
Right.
If a party sees a monster with a gaze attack all at once, only one player character must save versus the effects determined by position. Oh, wait, don't I get a save? Wait, do I get a save? Oh, wait, no, I didn't turn to stone. Sorry, I'm getting confused again.
Killed. Yeah, you got stone cold.
I don't get a save. Do I get a save from that? Save versus death.
No, that's 5th edition. What? This is...
Right.
This is so first edition.
Right,
yes, it is. Only one player character must save versus the effects determined by position or at random. Note that with surprise, each surprise segment is treated as a round for certain attack routines, and gaze should be included as one of them. Oh, right. That's horrible.
Yeah, pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, it's like pinball. Yeah, okay. That's all I had.
One of the things I do have to remember is, I mean, I've done it. I'm sure I've done it where I've let everyone's looking at it. You all get it, but it is a gaze attack. It's not just looking at the creature. The creature, because it's fixated on you to attack. I mean, you could also make the argument that if it's attacking you, that's why it's looking at you. But
yeah, in any event.
So the Dracula's gaze attack is only 20 feet. So you can make the argument that it's less.
Oh, that's interesting.
But it doesn't say. So guess what I say?
I know what you say.
It's long. Basilisks are awesome. They just blast people from.
Well, we may need to modify that so we have a chance that this are.
Okay, I will make it 60 feet, which.
Okay.
But we'll have to see. Okay, we've got one more thing. Do you want to try miscellaneous magic? We're not going to be able to start our new Have You Ever, probably. So I'm just FYI.
Well, I don't know. We've got Bill coming on at 10, don't we?
I believe so.
That's in 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, we could roll up the magic item and see what happens.
Okay, we'll roll it. Yeah, probably is +1 dagger. All right, sure.
Yeah. I mean, let's assume it's going to be not great.
What do you know the page?
I don't know.
I need to dog ear that one too because we're going to be using that a lot. So it appears to be that we are on page 120. It's Magic Treasure. Is it 2B? Is that right? 2B.
No, we're doing 3.
Oh, we're doing 3 magic items. I got you. All right.
Not
you
no.
Want to roll?
I think I should have. That wasn't self-affirm. That wasn't affirming. We've been using table 3. That's what I should have said.
I like it. All right, 21. Scrolls.
Scrolls. Okay, roll percentages.
So this turns 5. 1 spell. That's
Okay.
good.
That's
isn't
good.
it?
Yeah, that's 1 spell. Roll a d4.
For the level range. Okay. 1. All right. Then what happens?
So now we have to figure out if it's 30% of all scrolls are druidical or clerical in nature. So roll 70. It's the same thing we do when
2.
we did spell selection.
Yeah, we're on spell selection now. 2.
2, so it's a magic user. And then 10%. This applies to only.
It's a 34.
Right. 34, so it's a magic user. So it's a first level magic user spell. So we're kind of doing a backdoor spell selection.
We can't get away from it. So, oh, look, I have a D30.
Perfect. First level magic user.
26. Spider climb.
Spider climb. There you go.
So I got a spider. You know what? So I got a spider climb. So what I'm so impressed with though is the effort to make it. Is there a chance it's smudged? We talked about how hard it is to make these scrolls, right? It's you got to the squid ink, and you can't be shaken. You can't have any problem at all. Spider climb's a very useful spell. People like it. It allows you to be thiefy, correct?
Right. I'm just typing the bill. See if he's ready.
Okay. Well, let me go quickly.
So it's a first level. It's a scroll with 1 spell.
So spider climb.
With 1.
A spider climb spell enables the recipient to climb and travel on vertical surfaces, just as a giant spider is able to do, at a 3-inch movement rate, or even hang upside down from ceilings. Note that the affected creature must have bare hands and feet. Oh, I did not know that.
Wow, we didn't know that.
Yeah, you gotta take that stuff off.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. Because I guess it makes
It's like Spider-Man. Yeah, you're like Spider-Man.
Oh my gosh, does that mean if you cast the spell and you haven't taken off your shoes, they're stuck to your feet?
Yeah, apparently. That'd be awesome.
You can't take them off, and you can't use the spider climb. Right? So note that the affected must have bare hands. So that's a fun DM tip, is that if they didn't say it, you're like, okay, nothing sticking. Why not?
Because you didn't follow the rules. Exactly.
I wouldn't even say that. I would just be like, it's not working.
Yeah.
And they would just go away, not never knowing. Well, what am I? Right? Go consult with a sage, or go back to your magic user teacher.
Exactly.
To find out.
Exactly.
During the course of the spell, the recipient cannot handle objects which weigh less than. Oh wait! During the course of the spell, the recipient cannot handle objects which weigh less than 50 gold pieces, for such objects will stick to the creature's hands or feet. So are you like picking up like a bunch of cat hair?
Right. If you're in the forest, you're getting all the dirt and.
Oh, it's all sticking on you?
Mm-hmm.
This is very interesting. Find it virtually impossible to cast spells if under a spider climb. Oh, so you can't even you get your spell components and it's all stuck to you.
Yeah, it's just wow. See,
it's like mustard. You can't. It's
the
like
spell
you ever
is way.
notice that?
It's terrible, but it's way more fun. Right.
That's hilarious. The material components are a drop of bitumen. I don't know what bitumen is. And a live spider, both which that's the best part. Must be eaten.
Bitumen's isn't that like a gum? Part of gum? Bitumen? I don't know.
Bitumen. Yeah, bit of honey. It was a rival to bit of honey. Because it's sticky. Honey's sticky. You need a bit of honey. You need a bit of honey candy bar and a spider. I love it. Okay, that's very interesting. I'm glad you suggested we squeeze
It's a
that
black viscous mixture of hydrocarbon. It's residue. Basically, look, they use it for paving. It looks like.
That's hilarious because it's like it's sticky stuff.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's. We're gonna go take a quick break as we get our special guest, Bill Willingham, on. So we will see you all in a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Okay, and now we're back, and for those watching on YouTube, you'll be like, well, there's no little figure, but that's okay. We are fortunate to have a disembodied voice, and Dan, why don't you introduce our guest?
Sure. So it is our pleasure to have Bill Willingham on the show. Bill, of course, has had an amazing career, a very long and successful career as a writer and artist of comics. Of course, all we're really interested in is 1 year of time, 1980 to 1981, when he was a staff artist at TSR. So welcome to the show, Bill.
Well, thank you. I feel welcome. That's all you're interested in? Just 1 year of my life?
We feel the need to warn you. You know, we had Jody Lynn Nye, best-selling, New York Times best-selling author on the show, fantasy author.
Uh-huh.
And the only reason we had her on the show, really, was because she typed the manuscripts up for the Monster Manual, the Dungeon Master's Guide, and the Player's Handbook. So we feel the need to warn you about. Our area of interest might be more narrow than you're used to.
I mean, we did, we spent like 30 seconds on the fact that she has thousands of fans when she goes to conventions, and she's a best-selling publisher, artist, author, blah, blah, blah. But, we went right back to what type of ink did the typewriter have, or did she use a word processor? That was really what and how legible was Gary's writing, that kind of thing. So we may go there. So
okay, all right.
Well, and some of our listeners have broader interest in us.
Sure. Well, you did in fact peg the fact that I had only one interesting year in my life. I'm not sure that 81 was it. But sure, if we can,
we'll be the judge of that.
Glean anything from it? Okay, you go ahead.
That's what we do. Along. We're very good at this. We know how to handle guests like this, so we will get the interesting info out of you. So
alrighty.
All right. Well, so maybe you could take it. So take us back. So the information I found is that you had I think your dad was in the military, so you moved around a lot, and then you did before you went to TSR, you served in the Army, if I understand correctly.
Yeah. Being raised by my dad, who was, a lifer in the Army. He actually spent a career in the Army after a first shift, 3 years in the Navy, and switched because he did not like being at sea. The old adage that being at sea is, or in the Navy, is a lot like being in prison, but with a chance of drowning. So he switched to the Army, more time on land, and stayed in for a long time. It was never a subject of debate whether or not we, his offspring, would also serve. There was a certain allowance made for what service you would go into, and I was briefly interested in the submarine service, but talked myself out of it. So yeah, I went into the Army. I did my 3 years, and used the last part of that time to apply for an artist position at TSR. I left the Army, got out, threw out my uniforms, flew to Lake Geneva, and started work.
Okay, you're going too fast for us. We got to back up a bit. So, you, how did you find out about the job? Were you like so many other people that you saw perhaps an ad in Dragon magazine?
I did see an ad in Dragon magazine. We had a pretty robust D&D game going in the Army. For my first year there, stationed in Germany, we were guards of an X area. An X area means exclusion area, and we weren't allowed to mention that we were guarding nukes out in the middle of the German forest. We can mention it now because the nukes are gone, the base is gone. But for most of that time, what that involved, a lot of training about who might come and try and break into our X areas. So we had to know a lot about the Bader Meinhof gang. I think I'm pronouncing that right. And we spent time running through woods, pretending to be tracking down terrorists should they decide to assault us. But mostly the time was spent in towers, looking out away from our base and watching the grass grow in the fields in front of our towers. And that's a pretty boring way to spend 12 hours a day, 12 hours on, 12 hours off. And so because we had radios to call in the actual stuff, like, I'm being assaulted by multitudes of machine gun wearing hooligans, but we had landlines, phones connecting to the towers just to talk with each other to keep us from being bored. And we pretty quickly found out that was a wonderful medium for, since we were all hooked up talking to each other and had nothing to do anyway. We played never-ending D&D game, 12 hours a day. And then usually when we got back to the barracks and were off duty, we got in someone's room and continued. But I worked in the front room. That was the place that decided who got in and out of the base. And I ran the communications. Basically, I was by default the DM, since I could talk to everyone, and they couldn't have dice out in the tower because that's a distraction. So we got all of these old fart sergeants that worked in the front room to be the dice rollers for them. And they thought this was a really silly game and wanted very little to do with it until they started getting competitive and tried to these sergeants tried to recruit various people to let them be their dice roller because they roll more 20s than Sergeant Odenkirk or whoever the hell. It's just like, I'm a better dice roller. I've proved it. You got to come with me here. So yeah, we ran these 12-hour D&D marathon games for a year. And I got to tell you, we couldn't figure out all of these screeds in Dragon magazines from Gary Gygax saying that, I've been running my game for however many years and not one of my players is above 7th level. So there's no way you can be higher than this without being a Monty Hall dungeon master. We couldn't figure it out. We were being very careful not to be too generous, and yet all of our players were going up much higher than that. We were not aware that when he said that they've been playing for years, that they played one night a week for a couple of hours, whereas we played every single day for 12 hours. And then, a few more hours when we got off duty and occasionally took, long weekends. We rented the ruins of the Frankenstein Castle once to play a game, and
Wow.
slept in our sleeping bags and ate sea rations and played D&D in the Frankenstein Castle for 3 days. Yeah, 3 days.
Well,
So anyway, go ahead.
okay.
I didn't answer your question.
No, well, what were you running? So if you were the DM, because now what I appreciate so much now, when I try to run a game, the amount of effort it takes to prepare as the DM, were you making it up as you went? Were you running prepared modules? Were you writing your own? Because that's a lot of work. A
little of writing my own, a lot of seat of the pants type stuff. I know that the rules structured random encounters and things like that, and if there was actual dungeoning below the earth, we would in advance fill up the various rooms with whatever. But most of it was seat of the pants type stuff. The operative word was, more an emphasis on the storytelling, less on the randomness of it. So going into any particular session, I pretty much knew what they were going to be encountering in what order going into any given day.
And are we talking about first edition? So what time frame are we talking about?
Oh yeah, this was in 1977, late 77, early 78. So we were using the little pamphlets. We had one, the only sort of AD&D thing that had come out, or at least to our knowledge by then, was the monster manual. We had one monster manual, and we had all the little pamphlets. These had been passed around and used and abused long enough. We were missing pages. Many of the rules that I still use today are the ones we made up to fill in the spots we couldn't quite figure out. It was only years later, after joining TSR, that I found out how the magic system really was supposed to work. We had to kind of create our own, which I think was better. But that's probably pride of authorship.
Did you tell
there.
Gary that? Did you go, hey, this magic system, now that I've read it, this is garbage. This is hot
This
garbage.
thing
This
is
ours is
terrible.
way better.
No, I didn't. I had at least enough social grace not to. When we went to work, everyone who gets hired gets 1 30-minute session with Gary Gygax as a kind of a welcome to the company, what's on your mind kind of thing. And I was not going to use it to criticize D&D, but I did want to clear up one thing, which is the old, like, I'm certain that we were not Monty Hall dungeon masters. Therefore, I can't reconcile that we had players up to about 20th level, and you said you can't even be higher than 7th. And I explained, it's like, every time we did it, we strictly adhered to the rules of experience and all that. And as I was explaining this, he began to realize that we were playing dawn to dusk and sometimes longer, around the clock, D&D. But it was just a wonderful way to keep from going crazy. A lot of the fellow military police criticized us, thought we were idiots for playing this game all the time. But they were bored out in these towers going crazy, and every once in a while, firing off rounds from their rifle just to try and feel something. Whereas we were, well-adjusted. I don't know if that's a term, but that applies to D&D players. Anyway, Gary began to realize that how much D&D we played in that one packed year, a little more than a year. And at some point, he interrupted me and said, you guys may have played more D&D than any human beings in history, which I thought was kind of cool. But that was the reconciliation, the fact that they played one night a week for maybe 2 or 3 hours. And I felt good about that. I think if that was really the case, that record long since has been done away with, because 40 years down the line, there's people that have kept games going for all that time. And that's a lot of continuity. But for a brief shining moment, just like Camelot, our group was the preeminent D&D players of human history, as attested by Gary Gygax.
Right.
So
officially approved by EGG that you are the ultimate. Awesome.
Yeah, you may have played the most in this certain time span. That record sounds like
Sure.
It may still hold. Is it? I just had this image of you guys all in these towers playing, and it's like Red Dawn. The Russians are just coming in, and you don't even see it, and they just take the base basically and leave. But can you tell us a little bit about how you got into role playing games? So do you remember? We love to hear about people's introduction to the game, their first experience, if they remember their first game, their first character. What was it like?
Sure. My first encounter with D&D was in college. I was a fencer, not meaning post holes and whatever, but the tiny toy swords. And one of the deans, Royal Ewing, was a glider pilot, a soaring pilot. And we had a deal where I was teaching him and his son to fence, because he loved that kind of stuff, and he was giving me soaring lessons, which is go up in a glider and then try to land in a boat that has no motor, in some safe way. And in the process of doing that, exchanging barter teaching, he kept inviting me to play this game over at his house called Dungeons and Dragons. And he didn't explain it well. He said, well, you're a group of people and you go down in these holes, and the deeper you go, the bigger things you encounter. Like, I don't understand it, but never, this is college. In college, it was everything I could do to spend, my time actually studying or attempting to. So I never followed through. And then when I got into the Army, one night coming off of the tower line, my friend Mike Sinner invites me to this D&D game up in this fellow Doc Beck's room. And he explains it. I go, that sounds familiar. I think someone else tried to explain that same thing to me, and it sounds absolutely stupid. But now I'm in the Army and I'm off duty, and there's nothing to do on this little post out in the middle of nowhere. So sure, I'll give it a shot. And we went to this guy's room. We rolled up characters, played that night.
Were you a magic user?
We encountered I played a fighter. At one point, I came into possession of a magic crossbow, which I thought was the coolest thing ever invented. It was magic in that it self-loaded, so that you could fire like every turn, rather than, I don't know how the crossbows, the real ones, you have to load or fire. You can't do it. Anyway, so I thought that was the coolest thing available. And we fought kobolds and survived barely, our party. And
This is so
that
first edition.
was just magnificent. Yeah, I was stuck. From then on. It's like, yeah, we're going to do this for a long time to come.
And apparently, so Dragon Magazine makes its way to Germany. Apparently, I don't know how.
Yeah, someone had an old, like very early issue of Dragon Magazine, but it had the information on where to send for one, or maybe it was a catalog that had just the listing of everything that was currently available. But at some point I sent away for, because we only had that one set of booklets and such, I sent away for my own stuff and included a random issue. I was like, just give me whatever Dragon Magazine is current. And they sent that to me. And it was in that, but this time I'd left my first station, the towers in the woods, and gone to Bremerhaven, which was a white hat duty. That means you wear the white saucer caps and run around and arrest people for doing naughty things. And there was a D&D group up there. But by that time, I'd finally got my own stuff, and then included the magazine that had an ad in it for an opening in the art department. And I spent some time working up a portfolio, sent it in, got a letter back that said, okay, the ad you responded to is an old one. Apparently they didn't send me the most current issue. So that position's been filled, but another one's coming up right at about the time you're getting out of the Army. So I was kind of half-assed offered the job there.
What do you remember the portfolio that you sent in?
Yeah, it was just a bunch of badly inked, hand-drawn, just generic characters. I did my thief, my fighter, my magic user, whatever. Sent them in. My inking ability was not up to the quality of my penciling ability, which was not up to anything I would accuse of being quality either. So it wasn't very good, but I guess it was good enough to get their attention. I'm not sure what happened to those. I'm not sure I ever got them back from David Sutherland, the art director.
So were you, because I read online that your real interest was, I think even at that point, was to do comics, if I understand correctly. So
Yes.
was TSR sort of, well, I'll do this to break into comics, or because I wasn't expecting to hear as much gaming experience as you've just described, because now it sounds like it also there was, yeah, it sounds like it'd be cool to work for TSR because I'm a Dungeons and Dragons fan. So was it one or the other or a bit of both?
It was a bit of both. Part of it was revenge. I wanted to be in TSR because of Ed Beck. I told you about. He was the guy that was initially running the game. And every time you got a group of early gamer D&D players, there was one guy. There was always one guy. In this case, it was Doc Edbeck. He was a medic. But he insisted that he practically wrote the game with Gary. He was an expert in stuff. He was there hand in hand, giving Gary all the good advice and etc. like that, and he would actually end arguments within the context of the game, like we're saying, like, no, this is the rule, this is the rules. He goes, and he would slam his fist down and goes, I played with Gary. And then when I transferred to Bremerhaven, there was another guy, I forget his name, but he was the same guy. It's like, yes, I practically wrote the game with Gary back in the day before I ended up here in Germany with you guys. So I was interested in working for TSR just so I could find out if Gary and Ed Beck were lifelong friends, like he insisted. And of course, and this was in that same interview. And he says, Ed who? Just, I don't know. So that was part of the motivation.
Is that available? Maybe we'll get him on.
Yeah, we need to get Ed on the show
to corroborate this.
I've tried to find him for many years, and so far not the case. Mike Sinner, the other member of the Triumvirate, we ended up being rotating dungeon masters. Me, Mike, and Ed. He lives just down the road from me, and I've been in touch with him ever since the Army. But Ed has eluded me. But yeah, I am just petty enough of a person to take on a job with the motivation of just proving that the guy was lying when he said, I played with Gary. So, yeah, that was part of it. I realized I'd actually sent in samples to Marvel Comics and gotten very polite letters back that, you aren't ready. So part of going with the TSR department was to get ready, to learn to draw. The quality of the art in TSR products at the time was not as good as it is these days. And I thought, well, if this is the status quo of art, I could fit in here, and maybe, you really learn to draw by drawing. So if I got paid to draw for a while, maybe my art would get better.
And was it clear that you had a job, or what was the status of things when you got this letter? Or were you kind of confused as to whether you were going to interview for it or you actually had it?
Dave had an ability to almost say something, but not quite. Dave Sutherland, the art director. I reread that letter he sent me many times, and it was pretty clear he was offering me a job. He did want to have a follow-up exchange of letters, but I said by the time I wrote back, by the time we can do this, since I was all the way in Germany, etc., I will actually be out of the Army and showing up at your doorstep. So let's have that follow-up conversation in person. But the letter made it fairly clear that he was offering a job, but not like absolute, not like, come here, you got a job, we have your desk ready, work for us. So I showed up.
When you say you showed up, meaning have you moved there? Like, are you just like flying? I assume you moved back with your parents, or you just like in a hotel?
No, I didn't. I left the Army. They give you one plane flight home. I, at the airport, cashed that ticket in for a smaller flight to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I flew there, got on a bus, went to Lake Geneva, got off the bus, went to the nearest payphone, and called up Dave at TSR and said, "I'm here."
So you've got your
I
suit.
not,
Like you have 2 suitcases. You're like holding on to 2 suitcases.
yeah, actually, one hand case in an old Army duffel bag. But yes, yeah, that was me. And as a matter of fact, I didn't realize at the time I was calling from a payphone across the street from the downtown or the hobby shop office, which was above the downtown hobby shop. So I didn't realize he could see me out of his window. And he said, "So let me describe you." And he just starts to describe, "This is the shirt I'm wearing. These are the pants. Here's the duffel bag at my feet. Is that you?" And I go, "Yeah," a little creeped out, but yeah, that's me. And I'm kind of like looking for the camera, but yeah, that's how it happened. Before even looking for a hotel, I called up and said, "I'm here. I'm ready to go to work."
Awesome.
And so I assume you're called up and you're meeting with Dave Sutherland.
Yeah, I went over to meet him. He says, "Okay, this is great. Let's see your portfolio." And I said, "I don't have my portfolio. I shipped it through Army. When you get out of the Army, they pack up all your stuff for you and ship it to you." I did not realize that sometimes that takes like 6 months for that stuff to arrive. So I go, "Well, my portfolio is somewhere in transit. Maybe it'll show." And he explained to me, "Well, this job is actually between you and one other guy." And he had a portfolio, and he showed me this guy's stuff, and it was pretty slick. It was pretty well done. And I thought, well, that's it. I'm screwed. And he says, "But I don't have to make a decision for a week. So why don't you?" He gave me a bunch of art supplies and a little lap board, drawing board. Said, "Take this back to your hotel room. Where are you staying?" I go, "Well, at a hotel." And yeah, draw up. And he just wrote out a list of things for me to draw. Come back in a week, and then I'll make my decision. So I spent a week in a hotel room, just furiously drawing orcs and thieves and men in armor, etc.
Wow.
What was Plan B?
Well, Plan B, I suppose, was I did visit the publishing office of Dragon Magazine, and I said,
Oh.
"I'm up for a art department job at TSR, but I'm probably not going to get it. Can I draw some stuff for you?" And they go, "Well, yeah, you can draw some stuff for us. In the meantime, you can even do that if you do get the job at TSR." I go, "Okay, I'll keep that in mind." But yeah, that was maybe a plan B. I'm not entirely sure. I probably would have stuck my thumb out and gone the rest of the way home. I'm not sure. I don't do a lot of plan Bs.
Nice.
Well, do you know who was the person you were up against? Did they not get it? And do you know who they were? I feel bad for that person.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
happy for you.
I've forgotten his name. I used to know his name, and I used to follow his career because he was so mad at not getting it that I thought he was going to hunt me down and kill me.
Wow.
As a matter of fact, the other people in the art department said, "Yeah, he is probably going to kill you someday," because when the showdown came, Dave Sutherland, for reasons beyond my understanding, decided to do this right in the middle of the main art department room, which is the room where Errol Otis had his desk set up and Jim Rosloff had his desk set up. And then in the other room was Jeff D. and Dave LaForce, Diesel. But he called them all in to make this announcement while we stood there like two idiots. And it was like a beauty contest.
Wow.
And he even did this pause. He goes, "And so the decision is," and then he pointed at me and said, "You get the job." And then this guy, he almost started to cry. And he said, "Well, can I see his work?" And so Dave just handed him my work, these originals that I just spent a year of my life in that room 1 week drawing. and he just ripped through them at this like you could hear the paper almost tearing as he ripped through each one, looking at it and just kind of gasping and trying to hold back tears. Um, and apparently he took both portfolio samples and put it up to the rest of the art department, said which one's better, and everyone agreed that this other guy, he had a slicker finish to it, but the underdrawing wasn't quite there. It just, the anatomy, the composition just wasn't there, whereas mine was cruder, but more structurally significant, which boggles my mind if you look back at my old stuff. The structure and the capabilities just weren't there in my mind. But I got the job. That guy left in a huff, or some other small sedan, and yeah, I kept track of him. He showed up. His name popped up here and there. This was back in the day now where every small game publisher had its own magazine. So his name kept popping up every once in a while as he went to do like small gaming things for this and that. But then I forgot about him eventually.
Well, Bill, we have a special surprise for you.
That's right.
No.
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool?
I don't know why he wanted to kill you. He should want to kill Dave Sutherland. Dave Sutherland's the one that brings the two of you guys there.
Yeah, what a HR. I mean, this is like an HR nightmare. It's like, this is like a cooking show or one of these, or The Bachelor. It's like you got the rose. Wow.
He was ahead of his time.
Right.
Sutherland was ahead of his time.
Yeah. That was incredible.
That is absolutely true. I'm not entirely sure TSR, it had an HR department at some point during the year I was there, but I don't think it was actually in place yet. But yeah, Sutherland was allowed carte blanche, like, you're the art director, you hire the artists, and he picked me. Possibly influenced by the fact that I just got out of the Army as an MP, and he did 2 tours in Nam as an MP, and so there was a little bit of that old, we 95 Bravos stick together.
Well, you told me
on
Thursday. You told me a story about this, which I thought was interesting about you when this was brought up. You thought that may have been an advantage, but then there's these tiers of service kind of thing.
Right. Well, I just gotten out of the Army, and this was quite possibly the first 3-year hitch in the Army you could do following the Vietnam without worrying about possibly going to Vietnam. So he asked me, he's like, "Oh, okay. So you served in Bremerhaven and Misau and what about Nam? Did you do that?" And I go, "Oh no, I just did one hitch. Yeah, I never went to Nam." And he kind of went, "Oh," kind of just, you could see the I'm prepared to be your compadre kind of deflate from his voice as I admitted that I did not serve in Nam. He did twice, but
he asked you that after you'd been hired?
No, this was during. I truncated it. We spoke a couple of times when I was doing the week of furious drawing. I think 1 or 2 times during that week I dropped by the office to either pick up more supplies or ask for clarification on something or whatever. So yeah, we talked a few times.
So after that guy's dispatched, and I think that is the appropriate word here. After he's dispatched, do you then just immediately begin work? Is there like a desk waiting for you? And they're like, "Yeah, you go here."
Yeah. The art department at that time was on the 2nd floor of the downtown office, which was this old decrepit building that was actually falling over. Len Lakofka's office on the 2nd floor, maybe it was the 3rd floor, had the floor pulling away from the outer wall. This was the wall that connected the Dungeon Hobby Shop to all the other buildings on the street. And we'd come and measure just how much further the floor had pulled away from the connecting wall every morning to see how soon this building was about to fall over. But there was a long corridor on the second floor. There was Dave Sutherland's tiny office, which was he didn't feel like, since he wasn't really drawing anymore, he would just run things from there. Then there was a very big room, all in a row along this hallway. A very big room where Rosloff and Errol Otis drew, and then a smaller room where the tables of Diesel and Jeff D were set up, and then one more empty room. And they set me up a table in that room, and this was right at the head of the stairs. So it was me alone and the little basket of outgoing mail that needed to go to the main offices in the other end of town. And so I was left alone in this one room, and it had doors that would close and things like that. And I was physically as far away from Dave Sutherland as can be. But also, since in almost the entire time in the Army, I was on night shifts. I was very used to being wide awake at night and being sound asleep during the day. So I had a lot of trouble staying awake during those first few weeks at TSR, and would often just take naps right on my table.
That's a good first impression.
Well, yeah, it was an old building, so that no one was going to sneak up on you. If someone was coming up the stairs or coming down the hallway, I was going to hear it in plenty of time to wake up and look like I was working. And that's what I did for the first couple of weeks. I slept a lot. Apparently, I was fast enough when I was awake to look like I'd been working all along. And I would occasionally also wake up when the other office sent this really, really cute girl over to collect the mail. She would pop into my room, and we would chat, and then she would take the mail and go. And I was going to ask her out the first time I had, a few paychecks in my pocket, and I could stay awake long enough to actually, finish a coherent sentence. And that never happened. Later on, she got married to someone, and I drew them a wedding gift thing. Met her at some con, and I explained that, oh yeah, I had this crush on you because you collect the mail. She goes, oh, you should have spoke up. I thought you were cute.
Oh.
Oh well.
Why didn't you? You just didn't get the nerve. What happened?
He was sleeping. He had narcolepsy. It sounded like he had persistent narcolepsy. That's going to cause an issue.
A little bit of that. Plus, in the Army, this was at a time when the caliber of person going into the Army was not great, and I'd had a couple of years of college, and so at any post I was at, I was always the most educated person there, including the sergeants and things like that. When I ran the front room at the nuke site, the job I was doing could only be staffed by a E6 sergeant or above, but none of them could actually pass the test. So as a lowly little private, I was doing a sergeant's duty there because, anyway, that was the caliber of education. So all the way through the Army, I was an arrogant mofo, and I felt like a super genius. Yeah, not just a genius, but a super genius.
Super genius, exactly. Nice.
Exactly. Then there was this abrupt, I get out of the Army, and I get to TSR. Most of those, and they show you around and you meet everybody. Most of those people had college degrees and all this kind of stuff. And suddenly, I was not the automatically smartest person in the room. As a matter of fact, with that kind of cultural shock, I felt like I was the dumbest person in any given room. And I think that had a little effect on my confidence. I could I could smooth talk the ladies in Germany and such, but now I'm thinking, nah, they'll see right through me that I'm a dummy, and so maybe that had something to do with it.
Well, especially
Oh,
that hazing, the way they hired you. I mean, it's, literally everyone else is basically saying, all right,
she's gonna gather people and pick.
That's right.
She's like, all right, 3 other people have asked me out this week. Come to my. I'm gonna
Yeah.
come
That's
all
right.
together.
Jeff,
I understand.
Jeff, which of these
I
three?
would have
Exactly.
had nothing but respect for that if she had done it. During those days, I was also I got a reputation for being there early, but that was like show up on time. But I would also be the last one to leave from the art department, and so they were thinking, this guy's a go-getter. He's gung ho. But that was not the case. Part of the questioning that went on when he was deciding whether or not to hire me or the other guy is he asked me a bunch of stuff about do you know how to do this? Do you know how to do key lining? Do you know how to do 4-color work, et cetera, et cetera? And to which I said, of course, yes, absolutely, I can do that. Had no idea what any of that stuff was, but I'd learned by then, when you're asked something, you say yes. The old adage that Hollywood actors looking for a part, it's like, say yes to anything they ask. She's like, can you ride a horse? You bet. And then you go out and you get horse riding lessons
Right.
to get that part. So I was saying yes because I knew it was between me and that other guy.
I hope he doesn't listen to this interview. He is going to come after you now.
You may want to call him.
Yeah,
what was that show where they, was it
Jerry Springer?
No, it's not Jerry Springer. It was like one of the Adam Sandler where he calls and he says, hey, I just want to apologize. And he says, okay, great. And he like scratches Bill Willingham's list of people I'm going to kill and scratches off Bill's because you apologized to him. Oh, thanks, Bill. That really means a lot to me after all these years.
That may be. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah. Anyway, I stayed late. Make sure everyone had gone home, so that when the art department was all to myself, I could then break into Dave Sutherland's office was locked, but it was a easy to break lock, the kind where you put the little ID card in and scoot the door open. And then I would rifle through his office to try and figure out all those things that I'd claimed that I knew how to do. And I sort of eventually figured out what key lining was, although I couldn't tell you now what it is to save my life. But 4-color work had me flummoxed until he had a cork board on one of his offices, and he had some of the covers coming up. And there was a sign on there saying 4-color work. And so I'm looking at these things that are hung up, these painted covers. I'm going, well, I don't what the hell 4-color? I can see many more than 4 colors from those things. They were separations. And then one day I took one of them down off of the corkboard and separated the leaves of it. And I realized, 4 colors, like because they separate full colored stuff into the 4 basic blue, yellow, red, and black. That's what 4-color work was. And so what he was asking me was, can you paint? And he's like, yeah, I can paint. So anyway, that's what I would do for a few nights. The first few weeks was just break into his office and try and figure out all the stuff that I claimed I knew how to do. And it paid off.
Right.
And do you remember your first project?
My first project, no, I vaguely. I would guess when you first start, you do maps, and I did really, really bad maps, and they took me off of that pretty quickly. Diesel did great maps, and as a result, he got kind of typecast to do most of the maps. But the first things, I'm not entirely sure. What order, what came in, you got me.
Okay. Was there camaraderie in the department? So, because you said you were in this office alone, it seems like that might make it hard for you to get integrated with the other people. Did it happen eventually?
Yeah. It happened, the way those things do. The art department was pretty much a gang unto itself. And Jeff D and Diesel, the guys in the room next to me, the first few times that they went to lunch, they invited me to go with them. And so we would clock out, go eat somewhere. Another thing that happened while I was in the Army for 3 years is the whole video game thing exploded. When I went into the Army, it was Pong. That was it. When I went out, it was all kinds of stuff like asteroids and Popeye and this and that. Anyway, we went to some restaurant. We got to a table, and as soon as we were seated, both of those got up as if they were like, shocked out of their seats, signaled in some way and said, "Okay, let's go." And they took off from the table. And I wasn't sure what the hell just happened here. We just got seated. I'm sitting here alone like a doofus, and they took off. And then they come back at some point and said, "Has she come and taken our order yet? Is she come yet?" Finally asked them, "What the hell are you guys going away?" Because a couple of days in a row they do this. And it turns out that in my absence, every one of these restaurants got a little foyer with video games in it. Like if you had a bar or a restaurant or whatever, you had video games now.
Right.
And they went to go play video games until it was time to order or whatever. And I didn't understand that. I didn't grok that was what we do now. But yeah, we slowly build up. Go ahead.
Oh, sure. So maybe let's probably shift into obviously the work that you did, and we're talking 1980. If I've got my dates correct, right? 1980 is when you start, and you're there through 81, correct?
Yes. I got there, I think, in August of 80, and left at probably around August of 81. So
okay.
one good year.
And the work that you did there is very well known. Obviously a lot of work on the modules. There it is. Yep. Bone Hill. James is holding up. Yep. L1 there. The Secret of Bone Hill. How would you?
Yeah, so, that was the first painting I got approved. We would paint these things, and then they would go to Gary, and Gary would either accept or reject or call for changes. Someone told me after I'd gotten many paintings not approved, someone said, "Put a lot of red in your paintings. Gary likes red, and he'll approve it." So I put her entirely in red, and he approved it. So there you go. I interrupted you, and I apologize.
No, that's awesome.
No, not at all. And so, how would you describe? How would you describe the art that you were doing? Because it was very interesting for me to learn that you then went into comics. You got to understand, I'm a first edition kind of guy, so a lot of this stuff is new to me. What you've done since then, is it fair to describe the work that you were doing as more in that sort of already that comic book style versus the style of the other artists?
It was very intentionally a comic book style. Had I to do it over again, I would try for a more classically illustrative style. But I was under some bad, it is true, as had been said, I think Dave Sutherland pointed out that when I showed up, I already had one foot out the door to go do comics. And I made no secret of that. And Jeff D., who was also vastly into comics, we formed a clique. And I, for a while, because his art was so terrific, I just wanted to be Jeff D., and I couldn't do that. But I did spend a lot of effort coming up with comic samples for Marvel and DC during that time, rather than working on what I should have been working on.
And I think I read online that you had pushed, didn't you guys push for there to be a D&D comic, but it kind of died at Dragon. It got sent over to Dragon, and it kind of died at Dragon, but then you ended up doing it, I think, for somebody else?
We came up with an idea, Jeff and I. We pitched Gary on doing D&D comics, and actually a small comics line, one official D&D book, one based on Traveler, which was the new science fiction game coming out then. There might have been a Metamorphosis Odyssey pitched in there too. But anyway, published comic books. And he said, that's very interesting. I don't know anything about comic books. I'm turning it over to the guy. He was ostensibly he wasn't the editor-in-chief of the Dragon magazine, but he was the guy that coordinated Dragon magazine with the home office and all that, kind of whatever the executive just above that is. He said he's going to look into it and see if it's viable. And he was kind of a dick, and I know he didn't lift a finger to look into it, but a week later he says, yeah, it's just not economically viable. Later on, of course, the D&D line of books that was licensed to, was it just DC or did Marvel have it for a while? But for a long time, people published D&D books, and it was very viable, it turned out. That was different than doing the D&D ads in the back of Marvel Comics, which was done through the ad department, not any of the publishing departments.
Yeah, that's what Leroy, one of our people, asked. You were going to talk about the comic ads that you did. How did that come to be, and did that scratch your itch for doing that kind of work, or?
Well, sure. What happened? We were in the office one day, just doing our stuff, and the first ad in the back of a Marvel comic came out, and someone dropped it around the art department. It was passed around, and it was the very first ad done by someone who's more of an ad illustrator person, not a comic person. So, and it looked it, and it got as far as Jeff D. And Jeff D. just got mad. I mean, just as mad as I've ever seen him be. Like how dare they? Not only was it not a great comic ad, it's like they should have known he was a great comic artist. How come they did not come to him first? And he demanded that I come into the room, and we looked at it, and he go, yeah, it's not so bad. I mean, and he goes, no, this is terrible, terrible, terrible. And he goes, I'm going to get to the bottom of this. And he shot up from his table, bellowed to Dave in his little office that he's going to lunch early, clocked out, and just disappeared. And we found out after the fact that he drove over to the main office where the ad department is and just tore them a new one. Just line by line by line, everything that's with this comic book ad. It's like, it's not a great ad, it's not great comic books, et cetera, et cetera. And the guy that ran the ad department, who was just a decent fine fellow, I eventually found out, but he was a suit and tie kind of a guy. And he just apparently politely listened and go, oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, I didn't know that. He was a very even keel kind of fellow. And said in response, well, we're going to do these for a while, so why don't you do them from now on? And so Jeff D came back and said, I'm doing the ads now. And he did one, and then got bored with it one ad in and said, Bill, you do the ads from now on.
Oh.
And that's how I ended up doing the ads.
So that's like Dan and me. Dan comes up with the idea, and then he gets bored with it, and then I have to keep doing it.
Right.
That's
like this podcast,
right.
like the show.
Yeah, I basically carry it after. He comes up. Someone asked, is that Keenan Powell who did the first artist? Do you know the first comic ad?
I'm willing to say possibly. Every once in a while I look up his or her name and I keep it in my mind for about 5 minutes before it's replaced by, oh, look, there's a goose in the lawn. So
Squirrel, exactly. Yeah. So I guess my thing to that, I always ask folks at this time, because now 1980, D&D's been around for a while, but it's still, the basic set really is in a lot of ways that whole thing takes off, and you're you have one of the most iconic, starts with Earl on the cover, then you're the inside. The two pictures are so evocative. Did you
Sure.
did you realize at the time, or when did you realize the art that you were doing was going to be, I don't know, known 40 years from now? Obviously, you wouldn't know that at that age, but that it was transcending just doing a job, that it was going to be legendary.
When did I realize that?
Yeah. Did you know at the time, or did that come many years from
Check
now?
with me this time next year. Maybe I'll realize it then. Look, I was a kid doing the best he could.
Right.
There's no transcendence involved. There was a hierarchy. I see one of the questions here. You worked your way up. To answer one of your first questions, I think my very first actual drawing job was some of the illustrations in the Fiend folio,
Okay.
because that's what was being drawn then. These things are illustrated by what's next on the ticket, and okay, when you're available for drawing, whatever we're working on, just pick. And there you just picked one of the monsters with room in the layout to draw and go, oh, okay, I'll draw that. Go to the Shadow Demon page there if you can find it. It was a very basic drawing, not very good. But the one cool thing about it is that was adopted to be
That's
the
right.
henchman of the main villain
In the cartoon.
in the D&D animated series.
Right.
Yeah. I got so much extra money because of that. I'm lying. They didn't pay me anything.
I was going to say.
It's like no credit, no whatever. No, but there was a hierarchy. I started out illustrating spot illos inside adventures inside the Fiend folio. Then you work your way up. If you make it to the next level, you can be allowed to do the front interior illustration, the frontispiece, which is like a prestige. One more bump and you can do a back color piece for the module, and one more bump and you can do a front color piece for any given module. And that's kind of the way it worked. And I eventually worked my way through some of that stuff. Yeah, the one frontispiece with the party fighting the dragon. I remember doing it. It was fun to do. But either Jeff Ward or Frank Menser. It might have been Jeff Ward. No, it was Menser. He was coming to the art department as I was drawing this, and he said, "There's no spell like that." I had the wizard firing off a spell that had kind of a hawk eagle kind of head at the front of it. So there's no spell like that. I go, sure there is. He goes, no, you point to me one spell that looks like that as it's going off. And I go, well, all these spells, they don't say what the actual effect looks like, so it's anything I want. He goes, yeah, no, that's not how this works. If it doesn't say it looks like something, you can't do that. And I go, what about illusion? He goes, what? I go, yeah, illusion spells. That is anything you want, right? Yeah, well, that's what that is. That was my justification. I lawyered him out of the office.
Awesome.
But yeah, that was fun to do. And every once in a while, someone takes that illustration and colors it up and puts it online, and it always looks kind of pleasant to me. I'm not entirely embarrassed by it when it shows up.
Why did you say that you wished, in retrospect, you hadn't done it in a lot of that artwork in a more cartoon style? Because it's, it certainly, is distinctive in terms of you. I mean, you can tell whose artwork is whose. So why would you not want to have done that?
Because I couldn't draw then.
Yeah.
I mean, I could, like a monkey getting shot into space that learns, how to punch certain buttons in certain order. I could vaguely hold a pencil like a stick in my paw and make marks on a paper, but my ability to draw then compared to now is night and day. I mean, if I could if I could go back in time and absorb the lessons learned from any artist or illustrator, I would probably try then to be like what Mark Schultz is capable of doing now, a comic artist, but with a very illustrative style, a very adventurous. Um, it's not anti-comic work. Comic art, I don't think, is anymore a specific style, except for you need to be able to tell a story. But it's a quality of illustration, and the old illustrative masters were perfect at this, even better than comic artists, because they had to tell an entire story, often with a single illustration, and they were just great at it. So yeah, I would want to be more like them. But we're talking about, it was authentic work at the time. I was drawing as well as I was able, and today I draw as well as I'm able. And you can't really ask for more than that. Should I have had that crude early drawing published? That's for me. I would vote no. I was not ready yet. For others, that's up to them.
Well, I will tell you, I think the world would be a poor place if we didn't have Lightning Sword Girl from page 101 of the Fiend Folio, a personal favorite of mine.
Oh yeah.
Which apparently was one of your earlier ones then, probably, since it was for Fiend Folio.
Sure.
Yeah. So what were you proud of? So you're obviously quite humble, but what so you mentioned some of the things that you said you were, quote, not totally embarrassed about. So looking back on it, which ones do you remember fondly that you did? Because you obviously did what I've got here. You did the Against the Giants, then the color cover. We already mentioned Secret of Bone Hill. You did a bunch of interior. Oh, you did the back cover for the Dungeons of the Slave Lords. You did interior for White Plume Mountain, Slave Pits of the Undercity, Ghost Tower, of course, the Fiend Folio, Descent into the Depths of the Earth. Which ones do you remember fondly?
Well, it's kind of any artist, I think, is schizophrenic. You look back at the old stuff, and there's fond memories associated with doing that. At the same time, you look back at your old stuff, and that includes something I did yesterday. And you look back, and all you can see are the mistakes, the things you wish you'd done better. Hold on, I'm going to cough. Excuse me. So you look at the things you wish you'd done better. All that kind of stuff. There's that one side of me that said, yes, I'm magnificent. I drew that. I got published. And the other side that says, oh my God, look at that curve there. There. You could have done that so much better. It's both. It's both. It's simultaneous. They exist together.
And apparently you left Easter eggs, so to speak, in some of your drawings, right? I saw online that apparently you'd put some Marvel Easter eggs in.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So how
I
often
very much
did that happen?
wanted to be a comic artist. So yeah, that one Drow chest that had Captain America's shield in it and Iron Man's helmet and things like that. And then Jeff D started doing one of my favorite drawings of his shows a thief opening a chest, and there's Magneto's helmet in there. Easter eggs, I guess we didn't call them that then. It's just like I was putting them in because I was signaling to anyone who's paying attention that this is what I wanted to be doing. Drawing comics.
Free Bill. It's a Free Bill kind of stegography.
I'm trapped.
Encrypted in the artist. There's this Free Bill. This is not interesting.
Yeah.
So can you tell us about? We mentioned this right before you came on. So I saw online that you were maybe the first or one of the first to take a look at Palace of the Silver Princess by Gene. So you play. The story, of course, has been told many times with many different versions about Gene Wells' module, which of course was, I think, quickly withdrawn and rewritten, and then I guess buried somewhere in the area. You played a role in that, or at least you were there when it happened, correct?
Sure. When these assignments come up, everyone works on whatever project is current. That's why you have a bunch of illustrators in every module, that kind of thing. I finished whatever it is I was working on, went to Dave and said, okay, what's next? And he goes, the new module, Palace of the Silver Princess, is next. Since you're the first artist to work on that, you've got the job of reading it to see what, and then making notes as what should be illustrated and what possibilities, et cetera, et cetera. So I took the manuscript back to my room and read it, and it was odd, to be kindly.
So this
I'm
this
gonna
was
try.
before the artwork was, because the artwork
Yes.
of course becomes controversial. Okay, gotcha.
The text of this kind of stuff was all, you go into this room and this hauntingly lovely sorceress or whatever has captured you, or there's someone being held up, there's a woman upside down being whipped and tortured, but when you get closer, it's an illusion, it's some kind of monster. But the through line of this whole story was this evil sorceress, hauntingly beautiful, Catherine de Misc, which stuck in my memory because Miss Wells was a member of the Society for Creative Anachronism, and that was her character's name in that. So right away, I'm thinking, oh my God, we've got someone's sex fantasy being played out in a module here. And Jean was allowed to write a module because she played mahjong with Gary's wife in a group, and so Gary's wife said, "You got to let Jean write something. You got to let Jean write something." And anyway, I read this and I went to Dave and said, "We've got some potential problems here. This thing is, it's terrible." And I pointed out, indicating why.
Says you.
And so Dave takes it upstairs to Lawrence Schick's office, and he was the boss of the creative satellite there downtown. And Lawrence takes it to the front office, and Gary and them, and says, "Oh, there's some definite problems with this." And apparently, Gary got pissed and said, "Look, you got to get off my back. I'm doing this because my wife will not get off my back until she writes the things. You just illustrate the thing and print it up because, God damn it, just quit bothering me with this nonsense." So Lawrence came back very chagrined and said, "Well, the orders are we just shut up and soldier. We illustrate it, we go on." So we started to illustrate it, and it was in the middle of that that I quit TSR in a huff. So it came out after I'd left. It came out, it was printed. There were, the standard 20,000 or what have you of these printed up. And that's when someone at the front office actually took a look at it and threatened to fire everyone in our office because how come you didn't warn us what a piece of pornography this is? And of course they said, "Well, we did. We tried to, and you told us to shut up and just do it." So they buried the entire print run in a landfill just off of the main office. Lawrence Schick snuck a case of them off before they got buried, and had in the years following sold the original Palace of the Silver Princess for good money at different shows. But then they rewrote it, redrew it, reprinted it, and it was a big scandal. And even the redone one was iffy in my opinion. But the original, it's not a wonderful thing.
Were you still there for the illustrations that were done? Because those, of course, are quite famous too, right? The Errol Otis illustration, but whether it was
I saw
or
some
was
of
not.
them being made. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And they were pretty racist. They were illustrating what was there. So people got mad.
Was there an intent? I mean, we had Errol Otis on the show, and I'm trying to remember what he said about this. But if I, James, and you help me out here too, I think if I recall correctly, did he tell us that there was a little bit of that the art department was not
Yeah, it was
thrilled
like
with the
subversion. It was
fact?
almost subversion. It was and gleeful subversion because it was, like you said, it was this kind of doing nonsense, and it didn't sound like it took much for Earl to take advantage of that, because we've seen some of his other work. So it was kind of a win-win for him. Stick it to the man and have fun with it. So I don't know if others felt that.
He was very much that guy. It's like, oh, you're going to make me do this? This is what you want? Well, I'll give you what you want. Yes, I could very much see that being his attitude.
We tried. I think I did my best cross-examination. Didn't I, Jay, try to pin him down on an admission that he was who those people were, trying to find out who those people were, right? That one was Gary,
Right.
supposed to be Gary. But I don't know. I can't remember. I'd have to go back and listen as to whether
he provided plausible deniability. That's what he said.
he should have never quite said yes. He's a little bit like, he sounds like Dave Sutherland, right? He never quite said yeah. But who decided which? So that scene, right? That famous. Hang on, I have it written somewhere here, right? You've got the illusion of the Decapus, right? And then you've got Errol's. But somebody had to decide what was going to be drawn, right? I mean, so who decided? It didn't have to be, I assume, the illusion of the Decapus, which I think is the scene that you're talking about.
It might have been me. The way we work is whoever reads it makes notes on what would make good illustrations. If he was going off of those notes that I made, then I did. Dave Sutherland was the ultimate authority there, but it might have been. I don't know. I remember seeing him draw that particular illustration, which he was working on at about the time I left. I'm certain he took part of it is when you get to illustrate a module, you next in line takes whatever the best illustration is, like, oh, I'm next, I'm going to grab this one here, and then you cross it off so that no one else starts drawing that same thing. So he probably got in early enough to say, okay, that's the best thing worth drawing here. I'll grab that one.
It's like splitting up magic items. You had like the first person gets pick, and then okay, that makes sense. Yeah, nice.
Is that how it happened? So what I was going to ask about how assignments were doled out. So you had some role in grabbing the artwork that you wanted to do?
The interior stuff, yeah, whatever was left, you got your pick of in whatever order you came to. I finished this, it's time for a new one, I'll go grab the next most interesting thing. The exception being the frontispiece, the first interior illustration is an assigned piece, and also the front and back covers are assigned.
Do you remember how you were assigned? So you did the cover artwork for Against the Giants, right? It was monochrome at first, and then it's put together, and it's the color cover. Do you remember how you got that one?
I know that I was probably campaigning to, put me in, coach, let me do a color piece. It was probably that. I don't recall exactly.
And so so you mentioned that you left in 81, and I saw some. Yeah. So some of the info I saw online suggested that there was this great purge. Now I know they're not talking about the purge of like 84 or whatever, but that there was maybe a purge within the art department, and that people were let go for, quote, having bad attitudes. But I also saw online where you'd mentioned you'd quit. And I know in Art and Arcana, it talks about kind of like this change in the art department, that when you were there, it was kind of like, younger people, it sounded a bit roguish. And then after you guys left and 81 forward, it got much more business-like. Is that fair to say?
Well, yeah. TSR was a relatively new publishing company, and you kind of learn as you go along. That applies to everyone doing specific jobs, and also the company itself. They learn how to be a real business as opposed to, a cranky business that operates by whim, and that's a process. As the needle moves, you get a little more businesslike. So I assume that was the process as well. The mini purge that happened when I left was, remember the guy that his name I can't remember, who killed the idea of doing comics?
Yep.
Well, he was the same guy that either came up with or was the guy who instituted this program where he wanted everyone in the creative part of TSR, which was all of us down above the hobby shop, to be happy in our job. So he showed up with this kind of survey form and said, every one of you describe your job and describe the job you wish you were doing, as opposed to, what you like. What's your job now? How could this be a better job? What kind of responsibility should you have? And we all filled those out. Now, I think that was as a result of the stockholders meeting that had just occurred a little bit before that, where TSR had a program where any employee could buy up to 5 shares of TSR stock at a discount. So we all became shareholders in the company, and we all attended this one stockholders meeting, all excited, like we're gonna, vote and decide the direction of the company. But of course, what a lot of people in the creative side of things didn't understand is that, you vote your stock. If you have 5 shares, you have 5 votes, as opposed to the guy who has 50 million shares. He has 50 million votes. So this unruly mob of us creative types kept asking really stupid questions. I don't think I was among them in the sense that I was saying to myself, these are really stupid questions and you're getting yourself in trouble. Like we would vote on something, and this guy Paul would say, well, okay, that just carried in your favor, but can we have the tally of people who voted, like who won in the matter of the people who voted? And they'd say, like, well, that doesn't really matter. Well, it matters to me. Can we just have someone tally up the number of people who voted one way as opposed to another? And they were getting really, really annoyed. I think this survey came as a result of that they were saying, these pissy little shit stains, why are they interrupting our important business? So everyone filled out the survey of what their dream job at TSR would be. And then that same guy used the responses to that. It was not anonymous. Used the responses as a basis. Okay, this guy's a rebel.
Right.
Fire him. This guy's a rebel. Fire him. And so there was that mini purge. It was actually just 2 of the editorial department, Paul, who I mentioned, and Evan, I think. And they got fired based on the things they wrote in that survey. And I was a little pissed. Jeff was a little pissed at the fact of how callously these guys were treated. So I handed in my 2 weeks notice. Said, look, if you're going after them for their opinion, it's only a matter of time before you get to me. So here's my 2 weeks notice. And they said, okay, we don't want anyone here for 2 weeks that doesn't want to be here, so we'll give you 2 weeks severance and say bye-bye now. That's how that happened. There was the 84 purge, which I only heard about from the outside, was a much more substantial house cleaning. And then there's been series of them ever since. When Gygax was driven out of the business, there was a purge of all of his people. When the Blooms were driven out, there was a purge of all their people, and that took a matter of years because they were still finding hidden Blooms in little corners of the business, because not all of them had the last name of Bloom. So there were big factions that were at war with each other, and various house cleanings based on the stuff you see in shows where
That's right.
businesses are are going against their enemies inside and all that.
And thank you for giving us that backstory. Yeah, what about Gary? So any interactions that you can tell us about with Gary? We always love, of course, hearing about Gary. You've told us about that first meeting you had, the half-an-hour meeting.
Right.
Was he in the same building? So was he like up on the third floor? James is saying no.
No, he was up at the main office by that time. TSR at that time was divided between the warehouse, which was the warehouse with offices attached where all the business people did business stuff. That was at one end of town. At the other end of town, downtown, was the old Dungeon Hobby Shop and the 2 floors above it. And that was all the creative stuff. That was editorial and writing development, art, anything that actually decided what physically was going into what was being printed happened above the hobby shop, and then it went over to the main offices where they did the, preparing it for print and publication and marketing and ads and all that stuff.
So
Gary was over there.
Yeah. So you, did you get to interact with him at all? Luke, Bill, are you there? Did we lose him?
I don't know. Hey, there you are. Hey, Bill, you there?
I'm sorry, what?
You there, Bill?
Oh,
yeah,
sure.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So we're just asking, how often did you get to interact with Gary?
A few times. A couple of times, every one of us had to work at Gen Con, and so there was some of that. But formally just that one meeting, then the subsequent meeting where we...
It looks like he's breaking up.
Oh, no. Right as he's about to tell us.
Is that... I'm sorry?
We lost you. Right? You said just as you started to talk about your second meeting with him, we lost you. So if you could pick it up there.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, second meeting was when we pitched the comics that didn't go. My theory is that TSR is built on...
Our connection with him is getting pretty south. I'm not sure what's going on.
Bad talking, but Gary included. Am I gone again?
You were breaking up a little bit. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Bill.
Okay. A lot of the people were kind of dicks when they were at TSR, but became very nice after the fact, and Gary included. I had most of my interactions with Gary after he was tossed out of TSR.
Yeah. He's fading in and out, unfortunately.
Oh, just maybe it.
And yeah, the
Hey, Bill, you're breaking up. I'm going to try to call you right back. I'm going to put you back on and call you back. So let me if you don't mind, just disconnect and I'll call you back.
Okay. I'll hang up and get a call. All right.
All right, thanks. Bye. Let me add him back, see if this will help. Because I do want to, we've got a bunch of questions from folks that I want to get to.
Yep, I want to shift to those. Yep, indeed.
Hey, Bill, you back?
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great now.
Yeah, I sure am.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great.
So I think we lost you again. Sorry, you were saying the third time, right? The second time with the comic strip, the third time.
Much more often. Yeah, more often after he'd left TSR than when he was there. I was back in Lake Geneva in a studio with Keith Parkinson and Larry Elmore. Art Dog Studio became the unofficial meeting place of TSR people clandestinely meeting with
Oh no!
It's like it works for a while and then it stops.
Many times to make weird meetings with people, and got to know him then. The old cranky Gary was replaced by a really nice, had a brand new kid. I think that was Luke as a baby. Very nice. Fun guy to hang out with.
Nice.
Okay,
So,
very good.
so Bill, I want to, we got a lot of
Did
questions
you?
from folks, and then we wanted to talk about your comic career and what you're doing now. Right? So, just real quick, you also did some Boot Hill at TSR. Did you do any other TSR products? I don't know. He's having.
I did some boot. I think. How are we doing? Is anyone hearing this out there?
I heard a little bit. It's kind of coming in and out. I'm not quite sure. Let me try to end the call. I'm going to call you back. I'm going to end the call completely.
All righty.
One more time. All right, hold on.
Okay. All right.
The power of live things. Let me call him. And then cut you back over here. Sorry about that. I don't know. Maybe I had to drop out. So let's just get to the questions. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
well, Boot Hill. I'm sorry. Besides Boot Hill, did you work on some other things?
Some other stuff besides Boot Hill. Boot Hill, as a painting, I did it twice. I painted a cover for Boot Hill. To the front office to be approved, and it was approved conditioned on losing one of the characters in the painting.
Okay.
Just paint them out. So the Boot Hill that got published has
Yeah, we're
painted out. I think he's a fence post or something now.
Yeah, like unfortunately, I'm not sure if it's my connection or you. So let's just get to some questions. So you obviously the bulk of your career has been comics from actually my cousin is big into comics. He knows you from your Fables series, and you did some artwork for video games. How did you go from, obviously comics was your first love. How did you get into video games? Like Master of Orion, I played that game and I didn't realize you contributed artwork for that.
I shared a studio in Philadelphia with Matt Wagner, who draws and writes the comic Mage and Grendel. A few other people. Janet Jackson, the colorist, but not Janet Jackson, the sister of Michael Jackson. Although our Janet had wardrobe slips every once in a while too, coincidentally. But in addition to our comics work, we would just take on other illustrating jobs, and the Master of the Orion thing, I think that just came in through someone who knew someone or whatever, and said, "You want to do this?" And, yeah, sure.
And
a lot of this stuff isn't exciting.
Well, I think for your people who get invested in the game, then it's kind of like D&D. We love the game, and then we try to understand the game from the people who contributed. And while it may have been a job for folks, it takes a different air for the people who become invested in, whether it's the books you write or that. So and as far as you're also a novelist now, is that correct? Or have been a novelist?
Oh yeah, let's talk about that for a second. Yeah, I've written a few novels, some of which were published. Peter and Max, the Fables novel, which Vertigo published. Down the Misterly River, which was my children's novel. I didn't know it was a children's novel when I was. But I have two that I self-published because while I was doing Fables, all the prose publishers in the world wanted me to do a book for them, and when Fables ended, they're interested too. And now I can't get my calls returned from those very lovely people. Well, a lot of them said, yeah, we could be interested in this, but you got to change the main character to a female. You got to not have him have an affair in the middle, et cetera, et cetera. And I just like, yeah, no thanks. So anyway, those are that up at the screen. There's Hammer of the Gods, which is a urban fantasy, a modern fantasy where a mercenary ends up with Thor's hammer and has to figure out what to do with it when every single person in the world wants it and thinks that they should have it more than this guy. For it. Just Another Rancor is a fellow from our world goes to a fantasy world full of elves and giants and dragons and such, but not in the typical way. He doesn't actually take up the sword. He takes up the rifle. He joins a mercenary rifle company in a fantasy world. And he's just, he ends up just another guy in the company being shouted at by sergeants. It draws probably a little bit on my illustrious Army career.
Yeah.
Those are available now in print or digitally through Amazon. So buy them, you will love them. And if you don't, the guarantee of this show, the GROGTALK guarantee, is that if you don't love them, then each of our hosts will eat them.
Oh, see, I'm so glad he broke up just when he said where we were going to eat.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Buy them, get them.
Yeah, so.
Oh, did I break
just
up?
when you said what we were going to eat, so now
well,
people can figure it out.
It allows our viewers to fill in the blank with their own imagination.
Yeah, they'll be like.
They will eat a bug on air.
Okay.
Right, there we go.
A spider
So
climb.
Amazon is okay, people buying it, because some artists, some authors, they get more money through other deals, but Amazon is okay if they buy it there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, oddly enough, the what gives me the most money at any given time is not my first consideration and stuff like this. I want readers. Wealth is good, but readers. I want readers.
Excellent. Very, very good. And that kind of blends into, so from Reddit, we got questions. So Bill, when you're plotting a story arc for a comic book, how detailed do you get it before you start drawing it? Do you figure out the story first, I guess is the question, then you start drawing, or do you just do enough to start drawing?
It depends based on the project. In most cases, if I'm writing for myself, I will write it first. In some cases, when the plot revolves around a certain scene or an image I have in my mind, I will draw that scene and then worry about the story. Most projects are a bit of one and a bit of the other, and mix until it tastes good.
Okay. And that's always hard when you're to kind of come up with, what's the cookie cutter of this, and it's really not a cookie cutter. It depends on what you're doing. The next question he had was, can people buy your original artwork if you sell it directly to people? Do you have an Etsy kind of thing? I hate to say that. You're like, no, idiot. We don't use Etsy for this.
No, I have my own art store with a weird address. It is the address is it's called the Number One Happy Time Science Camp. So it's NOHTS camp. You spell camp all over square net. I think I don't know.
You're not trying to sell your artwork.
This is something I should know. Look, if you follow me on Twitter, in my front bio information is the link to my art store,
Okay.
and that stuff is available. Anything that's in there is available. We're adding new stuff all the time. So if I have it for sale, it will be there.
And we'll put a link. I'll grab that from your Twitter and I'll put it into the show notes.
I
here.
appreciate
no
it.
No problem. And that's kind of a running joke with us. If we really wanted to sell things, some of the nonsense we come up with, it's almost what you do to not sell stuff. So you say you want to be true to yourself. That's awesome. Yeah, we'll link and we'll put in the show notes for folks, so if they're not Twitter people, they can do that. Were you self-taught or did you have training? Shannon from one of our friends online asked.
A little, mostly self-taught. I did during my college years take life drawing classes, which I absolutely loved. As a matter of fact, any long span of time where I don't get to do any life drawing makes me feel that my art goes to hell. So I did that, and once again, the caliber of instruction was not great, but you had nude models, and you had to sit and draw and draw and draw and draw, and you learn drawing by drawing. So mostly self-taught.
Okay. The other question, we got a question from Leroy, who actually was the one who connected us. So thank you, Leroy, on Twitter. Have you ever considered taking your old work and redrawing it like Jeff D did a few years ago?
I've considered it. I found out that Jeff D was doing that a little while ago, and I've considered doing that. The problem is finding the time to do the time in my schedule. I'm actually pretty busy. I have quite a few projects in motion, none of which I can talk about. I apologize for that, but there will be some things coming out from various publishers. When I clear my decks enough to consider adding a new thing to the mix of stuff I have to do, I will seriously consider that. I think it was a fun project that Jeff did. It was actually several projects. He did several different portfolios of that. Jeff was more prolific than I was in the TSR days, so I'm not sure I have as much. Yeah, I might. I'm not sure. In the meantime, the stuff I'm best known for reasons beyond my understanding is I think I was the first TSR guy to do a drow. Drows came up as a monster or character class or whatever just at that time, and I did the first one, and people kind of liked it.
Oh yeah.
I found out that there was a drow fan club in Georgia, in Atlanta, that I was the official or symbolic president of because of my drawing. I never talked to him, never met him, but yeah, one of my projects involves, you can see it on the screen, some drow involved in some stuff, which you can see. It's in progress.
Yeah, I'm showing both pictures. Thank you for sharing this. Yeah. This is awesome. Our fans are going to love it.
I think I can draw them a little better now than so maybe that scratches the itch, Leroy, of would you redo the old stuff now? And it's like, in a sense, I am in the sense that I'm revisiting some of the old stuff, including drow. One of the things I was going to do was finally finish up those TSR ad storylines by just finishing the story. And the current TSR would not give me permission to do that. They wanted me to sign over all rights and take no money and all sorts of stuff. And I said, well, no, I'll just do it myself anyway. You know, different characters. You don't own heroic fantasy. So yeah, here we have a couple of drow charging into an onslaught of arrows, etc. But yeah, so to a little extent, I am doing that now, revisiting old things by doing a fantasy comic story that has hopefully the essence of those old TSR adventure ads in them.
You mentioned Jeff D. Do you keep in touch? Is there like a, when you said, short, when you left immediately and a few years after, obviously there was the expats who commiserated at the studio, but do you all keep in contact? I know like Gary Con's happening next week. Do you go to cons? Is that part of your routine as well?
Well, I did go to Gary Con because I can drive. I stopped flying because I don't like it. I have been going to Gary Cons, not recently though, because of the big death plague, and things come. Oddly enough, Gary Con, I keep forgetting when it happens every year, so that I always sign up for it late. Uh, and also when I can, sometimes I can't attend because it happens right when everything else is happening in my career or responsibilities. So the answer is yes, I go to Gary Con. Last time I was there, I did reconnect with Jeff D and Jack Herman, Jeff D's partner in V&V. The last time I went to Gen Con, I reconnected with Dave LaForce, Diesel. Some of the others, we drop in and out of each other's lives from time to time.
And to your point, it was 1 year of your life, plus or minus. A year. It was important, and then there was a couple of years, and then you've had this incredible career post that, and so it's like a lot of things. I would assume like musicians who they're known in a lot of ways for their earliest work, which may not be their best work, because as you said, you evolve as an artist. Do you feel that way, or again, going back to that discussion of you were learning, you did some things, it's very iconic because of the associations, but then you continued and your work got better and better, but it's maybe not as known to certain folks. Does that make any sense what I was saying? Is that a challenge that you have?
Sure. And every single time one sets out to do an illustration or a comic book or a prose story, it's a challenge to tell a good story. That's always the ultimate task ahead of you. First tell a good story. Some of those guys, I get nostalgic. I've forgiven myself for the quality of my artwork back in the TSR days. I know it doesn't sound like that on this show, but I do. I look back and I think, okay, this was the best you could do at the time, so not bad. And the people that I associated with back then, every once in a while you get that nostalgic feeling, and you want to briefly get back together with Art Garfunkel and do something new, just to see if the magic is still there. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, I think you did.
I have no idea.
Well, I think it's for someone, I've not had a creative work that thousands or millions of people have said, wow, this defines, look at Dan and I. We didn't play for a number of years. Now we're middle, 50-year-old men going back to a game, and we're finding there's lots of people like us who didn't play for a long time. And yes, there's nostalgia, but I think we gave up that thinking, put away childish things, but actually that was part of our life that not only was good then, but it's good now. And we want to carry that forward. And so your artwork, like Gary's books and other people's stories, they represent, the genesis of this hobby that so many find pleasure and good values. And was the genesis of the video game explosion, Avengers. How many of the Avenger movies are now the number one things when, comic book movies weren't that, Superman was good. The rest of them were kind of, for a long time, you couldn't make one. So you and your ilk have transformed culture. And so, that's amazing.
Because all of our people have grown up and taken over the industries where that kind of stuff is done now.
Yeah.
Every single person who does a Superman movie or a Marvel movie or anything was in some D&D group at some point in their childhood, and now they get to, bring that back. The new renaissance and the return of tabletop RPGs and things like that is, I think, solely due to the fact that every one of us got to the point where someone said you spend the second half of your life getting over the first half of your life, and I think that's what we're doing. We're looking back at that when we put away childish things and said, were they that childish compared to other stuff, and did we really need to put them away? Maybe we missed a bet there. Let's get them out and dust them off and see if there's any life there still in it. And it turns out there is. I know a lot of people that stopped playing role-playing games for years at a time. Work and family and stuff gets in the way, and then they find out that it's worth making time to get again.
So, do you still play D&D, and if so, which edition?
I play my edition of D&D,
which was better
is
magic system.
The rules we came up with in the Army. I have a Sunday recurring game we called the Tired Old Men of Gaming, and it's just a bunch of people I've known for years or met along the way. Jack Herman from the Villains and Vigilantes is part of it. Bill Williams, who writes. I just spaced the Antarctic comic that Marvel just ripped off the name for, and threatened to go ahead and sue us. See, now I apologize, Bill. I just read an issue of it. If I could find it, I could. But Punchline.
Okay.
Punchline from Antarctic Press. He anyway. Yeah, some friends of mine, we get together. We do it online now because of the Death Plague. And I run a game, and once again, I'm doing some preparation and a little preparation and a lot of seat of pants DMing, which I think is the best.
Agreed.
If you're agile enough to deal with ever-changing situations.
So is it loosely based on OD? I mean, so is there a basic set of rules that you're using, or is it really just sort of free-flowing? So if I want to cast a spell or whatever, I mean, what's the source material I use?
The source material is the spell list that I've created, the magic system I've created, I redid the armor system of D&D, which is ridiculously stupid.
You're like Len LaKafka.
Yeah, except for my house isn't falling over. Yes, everything. Anyone who has reached our age, although in your 50s you guys are still kids, probably snotty kids at that.
Absolutely.
But anyway, get off my
exactly.
lawn. Anyone who's reached our age who is still using a game system as opposed to here's what I've learned along the way, and by process of tweaking and elimination and improvement, everyone should have their own game system, and that's what I do. I call it D&D because it started there, and I will still go to the monster manual from time to time and remember some good old-fashioned grotesquerie that they haven't run into for a while. But I redo things my own way. Better magic system, better system of deciding when you get to throw a spell. And yeah, armor that actually acts as armor. Anyway, it's all better. Maybe I'll publish it someday, although that gets added to my list of things I might do someday when there's time.
Well, I think we had Ed Greener on the show, and he said he doesn't play in it. We asked him what edition. He's like, I don't play in edition. I just play. Yeah.
Well, but he came on. So basically, Bill just said, I know your thing's fixated in 1E. We've heard your questions. You literally want to know, how many angels are on a pin. And he's basically said, you guys are cretins. You guys are too young.
Snotty kids.
And
10 years from now, we'll look back on this
like,
and we'll be like, what was
we
wrong
doing?
with
That's right. We're a bunch of morons, which is funny because an hour before he came on, you were yelling at the 5th editioners because they had all this nonsense. So
Everyone's yelling at everybody.
Circle's complete.
Everyone's upset with somebody. And on that note,
I do look forward to, someday you're going to have on someone that has actually played through the wheelchair accessible dungeon that they're coming out with now in the new woke D&D. It boggles me. It sort of boggles me that they could come up with something so ridiculous as a wheelchair accessible dungeon. I guess we left imagination behind in the whole idea of this game.
Yeah.
That said, though, the tired old men don't know that someday coming up, they are going to be in a wheelchair accessible thing. As soon as I create a situation where you need to actually be in the chairs for this to work, for you to survive. But yeah, that kind of stuff. Orcs that are no longer, villainous because does anyone understand that it is a made-up race? It's like they're imaginary, but apparently they're imaginarily oppressed now. So that said, the latest D&D, it's all done. It died a while ago, and they're still playing dead horse trampoline on the bloated body, which can be fun for a while. Trust me, I played dead horse trampoline. But yeah, if you're playing with any experience, you're using your own stuff. And I will guarantee you, I saw a little earlier that you guys were playing, but I will guarantee you that there's stuff that you do that is like, yeah, we do it this way because this way makes sense. Everyone should have house rules.
Yeah. You're exactly right.
Sorry for the rant.
No. And it's interesting because that's the tension, right? And Dan and I are in that. And we've talked to a number of people. You are older than us, obviously, and you came up more in the do-it-yourself D&D, where the rules were very, like you said, you didn't even have all the rules, so you had 2/3 of them.
Pages were
missing. Things weren't figured.
When I grew up, pages were missing. We had to fill
and
it
then
in.
we get, because of our age, 1980, 79, 81, 82, it's starting to get codified. Whether it was complete is another story, but it was codified. Gary made a big attempt with AD&D to kind of say, this is how it's going to be, at least, when you read his books. Now, whether he did it or not.
We got angry, Gary. See, Bill has the 79 where it says at the back or whatever, everything in here is guidelines. And then Gary and Dragon Magazine is like, if you're not playing by the rules, you're not playing AD&D, you're playing something. So we got angry, Gary.
And so we have that schism where, but now the future is, it's gone so far off it where either there's so many rules or do whatever you want, it's storytelling, and it has to be a certain way, that we're all anachronisms in our own way. But I think there is that spirit that people are still wanting to have, which is, it's a game. It's not story time. There should be rules. Now they can be built for your table, and that certain of these tropes are good because I didn't want to play a short, fat kid from Queens. I don't want to resemble that in my game playing. I don't need to identify with that. I want to be a powerful wizard or a powerful that, and that's the part I don't understand with some of this. Is you don't want to preclude people, but I don't want to live real life. That's why some of the role-playing games that you emulate living your life. Who wants to do that? That's horrific. Sim life never made any sense to me. I don't want to play a fake real life. I've got a real life that's terrible. So,
I do have a question about this wheelchair accessible dungeon if it ever comes out. What happens if players that aren't wheelchair bound play that? Are they oppressing people by sort of co-opting the wheelchair requirement?
Well, I would hope the DM would limit. They would only allow people with wheelchairs. So that would go back to our race and class. You could only be someone who does that. This way there wouldn't be that issue. But
That means you can only be a gnome.
right, that's right. You can
James.
only be a gnome. Which
You don't get to be an owl.
I think we're coming to that, and the limits of your imagination are not the limits you're playing with anymore. The limits are is like what groups you can claim to be part of. How many of those things are they going to sell? If it's only to, how many all wheelchair gaming groups exist? My suspicion would be none.
Right.
But I'm willing to be schooled.
Well, Bill, I know, and we're way over, and I really appreciate your time. But since you brought it up, and since you were sort of on a rant, as a creative person, do you feel that constraint when you're writing stories that you have to stay in your lane, quote unquote, or have you started feeling the?
No, none whatsoever.
Okay.
When I get outside people, suggesting that, well, this character needs to be changed, or this, character's attitude needs to be. Often I laugh. Always I ignore them. Someone said that they were talking about a magazine production, that a magazine can only survive the mistakes of one person. And I think that's true with stories too. Stories can only survive the mistakes of one person. Letting other people come in and fiddle with your story and add their worldviews and mistakes and insistence is a story killer. There's a wonderful anecdote. I think it's Pierce Anthony, but don't hold me to this. That in one of his books, he got a new editor that was rabidly against horses being used as beasts of burden. That it's wrong to do that. And so she edited. It was a medieval fantasy, but she edited horses entirely out of it. So there would be passages of the wagon is going down the road, but no indication of how the wagon is getting down the road because the horses have been taken out. Knights would travel from point A to point B and no indication of how they got there because they can't have gotten there by horse. And it's just hilarious. He used to do dramatic readings of this edited version of his story and bring the house down. And that's how silly it is. Like when you let someone else come in and impose their various worldviews and mistakes on your stuff, you're just making a mess. Yeah. So the answer to your question is, I don't mean to sound heroic doing this, but no, I just, every story I've ever written has been a story I've wanted to write with myself as the audience template. The fact that some of them, in fact, most of them have found a readership or an audience outside of that, is my gratitude for that is vast. But no, I write stories for my own
awesome
taste.
Well, and it's probably unlikely you're going to run into too many of the equine liberation movement participants if you did go down that route. But do you think for aspiring comic writers, storytellers, is this a challenging time for them? Do you really? I mean, you basically, if you were a young Bill in your 20s, do you think you still could hold that attitude that you have today, or would that be difficult based on who you've talked to?
Well, let me answer it this way. If I wanted to really cash in on the storytelling universe as it's currently embodied, I would form a company of sensitivity readers. Now, the purpose, as people might know, of sensitivity readers is I've written a story, now I give it to a sensitivity reader, either a friend or a professional, to see all the problems that are inherent in my story as far as this group and that group, and are you culturally oppressing this, or have you stolen this cultural artifact, all this kind of stuff. And they go through and do this. And the purpose of my company, in addition to soak idiots out of their money for letting a sensitivity reader anywhere near their story, so you got the money, but also if they're the kind of feeble idiot that is going to allow someone to say, "Oh, you can't talk about this group, or you can't make this character, this race, whatever," and so many people actually withdraw their books based on these kinds of things at real publishers. So yeah, my real insidious purpose was to find problems with every idiot's book so that they willingly withdraw them from publication, which removes all of that crap from the story sphere, leaving only the stories of people that would have enough backbone. Sensitivity readers? Are you kidding? Get the hell out of my office. I've got stories to tell. So that's what I would do now if I wanted to cash in and I was young and vigorous. I'll get a story out of that idea at some point. But we'll see.
Sarka. Did you follow a little bit of the Hickman Weiss lawsuit, Dragonlance, and the alleged reason why they canceled it and the challenges? Were you aware of that story? Did you hear about that?
A little bit. I've known Hickman and Weiss for some time as friends. I think if anyone, as I said, TSR is, even no matter where it's gone, it's built on an old Indian burial ground and it's cursed. They went back into the abyss of TSR to do this again, and of course they were going to get screwed because that's what they do. They are just a hungry, everything belongs to me monster, and that will never change. But
tell us how you really feel,
Bill.
Resolved. Don't hold back on.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Right.
Once Gary had left TSR and started hanging out at the studio, he turned into the most delightful, gregarious human being, which was very much not like him during the TSR years. So that's all I'm saying. Right. Is there's a curse that if you deal with TSR, you're going to get it. You're going to walk into the dragon's mouth and get eaten. Well,
very good. A couple more. I know we are done. So the primary way, if people want to hear what you're doing, is Twitter, correct? That is your.
As far as social thing, yeah, I used to be on Facebook, but their weird Facebook. Oh, look, there's a cattail. The weird Facebook rules and that we own everything you think or do, drove me away, which is too bad because that's how I kept in with most of the old TSR guard. So Twitter, but don't expect rants or real world issues. I tell dad jokes, right. and I put up artwork from time to time. That's about it. If you want to get in touch with me for something more substantial than that, try it out. Try contacting me on Twitter, but chances are, I don't have time for more substantial stuff.
Well, but you're very gracious.
That sounds
defeating. No, I think you're very gracious.
I am,
so thank you for that.
I am very gracious. I've been here for 2 hours and you haven't pinned a medal on me yet. What the hell?
That's right. Exactly. Well, and then the second thing is, we have a very humble periodical, Flipping and Turning. It's a fanzine that our listeners and so maybe in the future, if there was an opportunity for us, we have subsequent episodes coming out. If it was possible that we could get you to either put some artwork or maybe a comic panel that we would sponsor you for, we're going to put you on the edge. If that's something we could do to put in our illustrious magazine, would that be, we're putting you on the air, would that be something you could be possibly interested in if we gave you like 3 years notice on that? Would that be something you'd be interested in doing?
artwork I decide to
Correct.
do, or
Absolutely. It's
artwork you assign?
totally with your light. You could put whatever you want, short of anything that's.
Wait, whoa. No. It's got to be a comic strip of Lightning Sword Girl. What happened before and after this drawing? I thought we talked about this, James. What are you doing? What's wrong
I
with
was
you?
hoping to get something as opposed to him hanging up, but apparently.
Yeah, okay. No, you're right. We'll go with your Okay, what James said.
Yeah. So yes, as long as it's not a gnome mounting a badger, apparently that's the line we don't allow.
Yeah, I said no to that.
We said no to that. But anything short of that, whether you wanted to do a comic panel or something artwork that you wanted to throw up in our magazine, we would be honored to have that. We have Lou Pulsifer who's put some things in here. It's just we'd be thrilled to death. So.
Sure. I'll make you a deal. I'll make you a deal right now. Send me copies of the book for me to read, and
Done.
And I will do you something for the next
Done.
one.
That is.
How often does it come
It's every
out?
3 months, so plenty of time.
Yeah. Okay.
I will send.
Send me what you got.
Okay.
I'll do something for the.
Sounds good. So I'll DM you. If you DM me your address, we will send you all 3 copies that we have. We'd be happy to do.
Did you talk Jeff D into this, or have you had?
No,
him
we'd love to have him on. He's not been snookered. So if you see him, because I'm not a Facebooker like you, I try to avoid that cesspool. And Dan quit.
Yeah.
Dan quit as well. He used to be our Facebook person, and everyone's like, "What's going on with GrogCon, the convention?" I'm like, "We don't use Facebook." I know millions of people do apparently, but
We don't
we
advertise.
don't advertise. Like your website, you can't pronounce, you don't remember. We don't advertise for our own convention. So we're kindred spirits on why we do certain things. So yes, if you could.
Well, there you go. It's more exclusive.
Right. The oi polloi are not allowed. So if you could refer to us to Jeff D, or tell us how, we'd be happy to get him on. That would be incredible. But we would love to send you these copies. I will get our editor.
I will pass an invitation.
Well, that would be wonderful. So again, everyone's been very thankful for your time. And do you know that there is a Facebook Willingham fan page? It's about a month old. It's quite enthusiastic.
I just read this. No, I was not aware of it. And I guess I'll remain in the dark since I don't do Facebook.
Someone could.
Would you like us to send a cease and desist letter to them, Bill? We could do that.
Yeah.
Why?
No,
Dan has a certain skill, certain type of skills. He's like Liam Neeson. He has certain skills, and threatening legal action is one of them.
Threat is such a negative connotation.
Dan, govern yourself accordingly, Gormansky. That's what I'm going to start calling you. Well, so again, Bill, thank you for your time today. It's been an absolute pleasure.
You bet.
And
Thank you, Bill.
if there's any thing that you're bringing up, you'll send me the show links, the links that you want. I'll put the Amazon link on there. I'll put your website on there, your Twitter. And I know you don't. Hopefully, like you said, the death plague is kind of moving off. But if you find yourself in October in the Orlando area, we would love to host you at the convention that we are hosting. It's called GrogCon, but we've decided just to call it the convention we are hosting, which will be in October. So we'll send you that information, and if you're so inclined and you'd like to come and be our guest, we would make accommodations for you as well. We would love to have you.
Well, that's nice of you to offer, but most of my traveling days are behind me.
Well, maybe we'll see you in GaryCon then, because if that's something you would go up. That's you say you.
GaryCon's close enough to drive to in a day, and that seems to be my
your limit.
My template for what's worth going
Understood.
to. But
well, we're planning, assuming like you said, that's not a new variant death plague that happens. We intend to be up there next year, so hopefully we'll run into you. So we have one final thing. Do you have a D10?
Yeah.
Close by?
Do I have a D10 close
yes.
by? Ish. Hold on a second.
Yep.
It's 3 feet across the room.
Yep, no problem.
I just love.
Here go the
I'm always tickled how many of our
Right.
guests have polyhedral dice
He's got dice
within range.
right near him.
Or a cookbook.
Or a cookbook, yeah. Or a book that he can just flip open. Really, we should force people to do that, because that is truly flipping and turning. That's
true.
more flipping and turning than that.
We didn't have dice, right?
We had chits.
We used a
We had
cookbook.
chits in a cookbook.
Chits? We didn't have chits. I used a cookbook.
That's right. So
Okay.
we ask our guests to roll a d10 to say how good the show is. 1 being it sucks and we wasted everyone's time. 10 being an transcendental experience. So whenever you are ready, sir, we will take your results on the honor system.
Okay. Here's one of the problems with D&D is they have 10 being a good roll and 1 being a bad roll. 1 should never be a bad roll. I have switched over to the V&V system where 1 is a super success and 10 is bad. Why? Because Vietnam era, you're number 1, Charlie number 10. 10 is bad, 1 is good.
Bill,
but
that's
that
not the
said,
rules. That's not the rules.
That's my rules. You got an 8.
Got 8?
Guys.
Let's go with the normal. Yes, let's go with the normal.
See, so in typical fashion, we think it was great. You're like, why did I just spend 2 hours with you? So
comparatively, this is
that's
good.
Right. That's right. 8. So 8 is there. So again, everyone's saying thank you very much, Bill, for your time. It's been great. So on the behalf of Grog Talk, I'm James, and that's Bill. Thank you again, Bill.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure.
And we will see you all next time on Grog Talk. Take care.